Then we have to.
Too short.
Unless you want to become.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
was
fine.
I see?
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the afternoon panel on energy and climate change. My name is Dave Keating. I'm a journalist based here in Brussels and also in Berlin, covering energy and climate issues. We're going to be talking about a couple of different issues today, but of course, as this is the Business Summit, our big focus today is going to be talking about what kind of opportunities are available in terms of energy and climate policy for businesses. I think a lot of times we think about energy and climate policy in terms of the regulatory burdens, the pitfalls, the things that can kind of hamstring businesses. But of course, there's also opportunities, and particularly when we look at the UN FCCC process, and we look at the Paris Summit last year going into Marrakesh, there's a lot of business opportunities there, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. Now, we've had a few changes in terms of the lineup for this panel, so I'm going to introduce some new faces on the panel and then tell you who couldn't make it. So unfortunately, Joost Delbeke was not able to make it today, but we do have a policymaker in his stead, which is Barry Gardiner, an MP from the UK, who is also Shadow Minister for Energy and Climate. I would also mention that Terence Hayne was also from Honeywell Transportation Systems, was also not able to make it today. But we are very lucky to have our remaining panelists here, which I'll start with Monica Scatasta. She's head of environment and climate at the European Investment Bank. That's the financing arm of the EU. I think I could give it that short description. Carlos Saye, Director of Energy Policies at Iberdrola, the Spanish energy company. Heinz Haller, President of Europe for Dow. And Alexander Afra, Director of Industrial Affairs at Business Europe. So I'd like to start out with a kind of general question for each of the panelists, and that is dovetailing on my introduction. When we think about what business opportunities are available in the energy and climate space, obviously energy and climate is a really big umbrella area where there's all kinds of things that are involved in terms of lowering emissions and living more sustainably, you could say, generally. Barry, why don't we start with you from the political perspective first. Where would you say are the best opportunities for businesses as we go forward in trying to tackle the climate challenge?
I think, first of all, one has to say that if we do tackle the climate challenge, we get to continue to live and do business. That sort of gets us to the scale of the problem. Specifically by sector, I would say the most opportunity for innovation is going to come from the capacity market. Energy efficiency is absolutely essential, and therefore construction, building design, we're seeing there that there are huge gains to be made, and the technologies that we need for smart grids, smart applications, all of those are really important. But if you're going to have a smart meter in your home or in your business, you need to be having a smart grid as well, and that means a responsive grid. It means that the capacity for storage is absolutely critical, and we're seeing many new technologies now coming into play. Battery technologies, working with the transport industry, where batteries can actually provide the backup so that we've got two-way flows of energy coming through. And I think it's absolutely going to be in innovation and in capacity innovation that I think we'll see real opportunities for business coming. A heck of a lot of money to be made in it, because as we transition from high carbon economy to a low carbon economy, renewables, we all know they're spiky. We all know that you need the flexibility of response and that solidity to be able to provide the capacity. And that's what storage is going to do. So it's storage, it's capacity. That's the area I think that many of the governments have least worked out. And therefore, it's a huge opportunity for business to come in and be the provider.
Just a follow-up, and you say the governments have least worked it out. What about businesses? Are businesses taking advantage of the opportunities there sufficiently?
I think some are. I think if I look at our own capacity mechanism in the UK, there's 175 million pounds that's gone into quite ridiculous subsidies into the capacity market, which actually hasn't incentivized new technology in. It's not incentivized new build in terms of gas-fired power stations, which it was supposed to attract. What it's done is it's taken certain dead stations out of mothball, and it's taken old diesel generators back into meeting that capacity demand. So there's a lot of money there because governments are always worried about margins. They're constantly worried that, you know, we're going to have brownouts or blackouts. We want to keep margins large enough to maintain security of supply. And that means that the political downside of this is so great that governments will throw money into this area. Now, what governments have to do smarter is to make sure that we are incentivizing new technologies coming on, and we're not just throwing lots of money at diesel-powered generators. That was a very bad way of doing it. But actually, from a business point of view, business has to appreciate that this is an Achilles heel for government.
Let's turn to Alexander next. You coming from Business Europe, representing the business community. From your vantage point, where do you think the business community at large, and obviously there's different sectoral splits within the business community, but at large, where do you think the greatest opportunity lies in tackling the climate challenge?
So I think for me, the first message is, the good news is we are not talking if there are business opportunities, but how we maximize the opportunities. And if we look first at Europe, we have a range of real opportunities. The decarbonization of the energy sector, we all expect renewables to grow in Europe. We also know that traditional energy sources will continue to play a role in the energy mix in Europe and outside of Europe. So there are definitely opportunities here. If we look at industry, which has, by the way, significantly improved its energy and efficiency, has gained a lot in terms of efficiency, we know that there is also potential for increasing the efficiency of industry. We have a range of opportunities in the transport sector, in the building sectors. I think the figure is around 40% of energy consumption in Europe is about buildings, so there is also huge potential here. So definitely a range of potentials for business cases. The question is how you make sure that the money goes where there is high cost efficiency, and also how you make sure that money goes where you have high return on investment. That's what is key for business. And on this, where we are always vigilant and careful, is about policy costs. We need, as much as possible, long-term clarity and predictability on we want to minimize the policy costs, but also have long-term predictability on policy costs. So that's in a nutshell for Europe, but also we have to think beyond Europe. You've mentioned briefly the Paris Agreement. A few remarks on this. We assess the Paris Agreement as an important step, and we have been very positive about the outcome of Paris. Last week, and the first real working session after Paris in Bonn, the atmosphere was, and all governments were ready to work together to really do the implementation and work on the 135 tasks which have been given by the Paris Agreement. So there is a long list of tasks which now have to be implemented. But there is definitely something different which has happened in Paris. And we see it now that a number of countries outside Europe are accelerating their efforts. And I've read just before that if we look at investment in renewables in Middle East and Africa, for instance, they have increased by almost 60% between 2015 and 2014. So this is a huge and significant investment which have been made. So my message is also outside of Europe, there is real business cases, business opportunities, and we have strong technological know-how in Europe, and we have to make a business case for this.
Carlos, let's turn to you. Coming from the energy sector, what do you see as the greatest business opportunities for climate and energy policies and changes?
Well, thank you. Well, we think that as we have demonstrated in the last 15 years, we have a lot of opportunities in the current situation that leads with the Paris Agreement. First is keep on investing in renewables, not only because of the competitiveness of the cost reduction, and also with the less uncertainty that is decoupled from the oil prices that has been demonstrated, that is very, very relevant, but also because it's environmental friendly, not only on CO2. The example of China with other pollution is the mover for changing to renewables. Also because of the social support, the people wants that we have the switch to renewables, and the opportunity with renewables, onshore is relevant, PV, the reduction of cost is very relevant, but also offshore is a lot of opportunities there. Pumped unit, there's a lot of opportunities investing in pumped unit with a very clean and secure production, and putting an eye, as has been said by Barry, in the innovation in tidal and all these sort of things. The other issue is smart grids. Smart grids, because it allows the high penetration of renewables. We have to invest in that, and also because in the new models, business model that have the consumer in the middle of that needs smart grids. The third issue is electric vehicles, not only the electric normal vehicles, but also trains that have to be electrified. Finally, the appliance for the consumers. For doing that, we need a lot of things. I would like to focus in 5 issues. First is the coherence on the objective, the decarbonization, and the tools that are signaled by the administration. In that sense, well, the polluter pays principle has to be the main tool, and at least not to maintain the support for the emitters. Not only direct subsidies, like everybody's talking about the elimination of subsidies, but also some indirect support, like for instance, having in the electricity tariff a lot of costs that are supported by the electricity consumers, that leads that the decarbonization will not use electrification for that. For instance, I use all the time the same example. You have a train or a electric vehicle that has to compete with a fuel move vehicle, and the electric vehicle have to pay renewables that are inside the tariff access, and also the CO2 because it's in the ETS, and the fuel move vehicle is not with this charge. So with this signal, it's very complicated that the administration is saying that we have to decarbonize, but it's a problem. So coherence. The second is a strong signal for smart grids. Third is having a very strong signal for CO2, the carbon pricing, and this is relevant, and also is relevant to look for the solution for carbon leakage for those industries that are competing in a global arena. Fourth issue is having a powerful stability in avoiding retroactive measures in these signals. And the last one, and being in Brussels is very relevant, is to giving more power to the European institution and giving some responsibility from the national authorities to the European institution, because it's the only way of solving that and not having a lot of different national initiatives for that.
Well, more power to EU institutions. It's not something popular in all
Yeah, I know
quarters
it-
these
I know.
days, I suppose. Monica, let's turn to you next. From a financing perspective, obviously you talk to businesses very often about their financing needs. What do you see as the biggest interest and the biggest opportunity in the climate space?
Well, actually, that's a much broader question that we had initially actually thought about. But so let me basically throw out what we had prepared in a way and think about it differently. Because the focus of the session today had initially been seen as focusing primarily on energy. But here what we're talking about is a real change in mindset and in modus operandi and a much broader perspective on how our economies are actually going to look like down the line. So that, in fact, if I think about the bank's climate strategy that was approved at the end of 2015, in fact, the focus there is really not just on increasing the volume of investment for, low carbon and adaptation activities, but really be much more careful about impacts and focusing actually a lot more on the adaptation angle as well. And actually, right before the session, we were talking, and there are areas that we don't necessarily think about immediately when we talk about investing for a future that needs to face climate change. And because we always focus on the energy side and decarbonization. But thinking about water security for our industries is, really something that going forward is going to be very important. If we remain instead more within the confines of the discussion as we had framed it initially, i.e., with regards to particular investment in the energy arena, really going forward, one area that we see as playing a very important role, and here I'm not just talking about industry, but more generally, is the area of energy efficiency. And this is an area, particularly with regards to buildings, when we know that there are enormous barriers to increase investment, barriers that are due to fragmentation in decision makings, that are due to the difficulty on the part of the both on the one hand the owners or the tenants in buildings and the local administration in actually preparing projects that can be funded and in bringing them to scale, and therefore the need for an entity like the EIB to intervene. As you know, the EIB has, particularly with regards to energy efficiency, a TA facility that is funded also through EC money from the Horizon 2020 program, ELENA, the European Local Energy Assistance, and that funds up to 90% of technical support for projects. In addition, one area when we instead think about the difficulties that tenants may have in actually going from the idea of, not just tenants, I'm talking about dwellers in general, from the idea of actually trying to achieve energy efficiency to the actual realization. We have a difficulty of accompanying them all the way. So the bank has been working now, for instance, in France with entities such as Énergie Positive, looking at ways in which we can provide one-stop shops for buildings and their tenants, all the way to also the offer of financial opportunities. So that's really an enormous challenge. Clearly, all of the speakers so far have talked about the issue of security and the capacity to be able to foresee policies and making sure that these don't change overnight. This is absolutely an issue that I would put on the table as well. The issue of carbon pricing, looking really at the way in which our ETS will change and what this may mean down the line may have a big impact in that respect. But the focus here, if we really want to talk about what business needs, there's also the issue of how do we stress the fact that looking at the opportunities in the climate arena, also support and can support the competitiveness of our businesses. And there, the fact of having, and that's why also the fact that Alexandre brought up the opportunities for investment outside of Europe is very important. How do we create the space and how do we create the instruments to make sure that we can support innovation, that we can ensure that our businesses continue to be at the frontier and are able to actually become much more active in also our activities outside the EU? I think that's a fundamental issue. And again, there, both from supporting startups all the way to innovation for within larger business, that's an area where the EIB has been very active, from Innofin, from smaller entities, all the way to our RDI activities for larger corporates.
Let's turn to Heinz now. Obviously, the chemical sector is one that's very affected by climate and energy policies, but also there are opportunities there. Where would you say are the biggest opportunities?
Look, lots of the opportunities have been taken care of internally in the industry already in terms of productivity drives. Just a reduction over the last few years of about 75% of the CO2 output speaks for itself in a sense. But I'd like to take the discussion into a little bit of a different space in terms of what are we trying to achieve here in Europe and what do we need as one of the most successful economies in the world that's in the process of losing market share, particularly chemical industry. We've gone from about 32% to 17% share of the global market within the last 10 years. Now, then you ask yourself the question, technology-driven Europe, not very cheap energy Europe, but a lot of labor markets that are actually very competent, probably more competent in other places. And then that gets you back and to say, where is actually the role of the chemical industry in that whole discussion? Then you go and say, well, the industry itself accounts for about 5 million jobs. And we seem to be in a process to make ourselves less competitive than we were in the past, which means we're going to get less investment money that's being redistributed around the globe. And that the fact is that there was probably about 3/4 of the money has gone into the US and China, and the other quarter has gone in the rest of the world, including the Middle East. Nothing has come to Europe. And if you go back the last 5 years, just those investments that are just coming on stream right now has probably cost the European Union between 250,000 and 500,000 jobs. So where are we now? What do we need to do? And in my opinion, we need to basically start rethinking the cost levies to the industry as opposed to how do we make them more competitive, how do we create more jobs. We don't need youth unemployment in Spain, we don't need youth unemployment in Italy if we get the policies right. Then the second point is, when you look at, if Europe wants a competitive industry, it must offer a competitive energy policy and the climate policy that avoids carbon and investment leakage and supports local and global industrial competitiveness, which we clearly do not have at the moment. I think the chemical industry in particular is the industry, and chemistry is happening in 95% of the things you touch on a daily basis. From your shoes to cosmetics to food, everything, that's chemistry. And that herein lies a big part of the solution of lower carbon economy. Some people have been talking about 37% of the emission in construction, in private dwellings. Carbon comes out of there. We have all the technical solution to do so when you look as an industry. But it's a very energy intensive industry, and if you're not getting the input equation fixed, you will lose all the technologies that you have. Let's talk about transportation. CO2 output of the transportation industry. Where is that ever occurring in the discussion of who needs to pay for this? What is the best technical solution to reduce CO2? It's not electric vehicles. Electric vehicles won't work for mass transportation, but a lot less weight. You could take so many kilos out of every car and basically reduce the CO2 that way. People tend to forget that electrical energy and the batteries that are on those cars, if you look at the eco-balance of some of those cars, we need to look at the CO2 balance of that too. So it's much better to use existing technical solutions that are expensive, but that you cannot make more uncompetitive. But Europe has the technology. Nobody else, Japan does have it. So there's an enormous amount of longer-term opportunities, but the problem lies in the fact that we need to fix those short-term, otherwise those jobs are going to be moving away. And heavy industry do always basically say, well, these science-driven industries are sort of chemistry, physics, and biotechnology, by the way, as well. They need to actually be staying, but they still need to basically do their stuff on the same sort of old raw materials like ethylene, propylene, chlorine, and you cannot price those out of the market, otherwise your technologies will go away. And we're seeing that. So I think climate and energy policy, yeah, it's good for Europe to be pioneering, but as far as I remember from the military I've been in, pioneers tend to get arrows in their backs. And we've seen some facts that this has happened over the last few years. And the chemical industry is a great example of it. We had growth, but we lost relative market share against all the usual incumbents. Not necessarily private enterprises, very often state-owned, China, Middle East to a certain extent. So that's where we need to basically look at the solution for these problems.
That's some very interesting points, and I think what's looming over a lot of what you're referencing there is the ETS and some of the concerns about ETS and loss of competitiveness. But then, of course, there's also the global context in which other areas of the world are now looking into also carbon taxes and emissions trading. Maybe that's something we can discuss. But Alexander, I noticed you had a thought in reaction to what Heinz was saying.
Yeah, thank you. Just to highlight something that you have just mentioned about, and actually it makes the link with the ETS in a way, but you've mentioned carbon leakage and investment leakage. That's something, I mean, we try as Business Europe also to put very much into the discussion, link, for instance, to the ETS. But we tend to believe that carbon leakage is what is happening and what is really at stake. Carbon leakage is defined as basically you close a plant here in Europe and you relocate the plant outside of Europe. That is probably not the reality. The reality is worse. Is basically where you have in company boards the next investment decisions are being decided to be happening outside of Europe because of, for instance, high energy prices that we have in Europe. So we think the concept of investment leakage is absolutely crucial in a context like the ETS reform and others, that we take the broader context of how some of the policy decisions impact the investment decisions that companies will make, and investment decisions for a new plant or for renovating plants being outside of Europe instead of being in Europe.
And of course, the fears about carbon leakage revolve around the idea of Europe being a first mover. I wonder, and I want to start with you, Barry, but how much do we think the UN process, Paris and going into Marrakesh, how much is that addressing some of the concerns about, Heinz, as you said, Europe being a pioneer, and pioneers are usually the first ones to get the arrows in the back? I think you said, which is an interesting expression. Barry, do you think the concerns about carbon leakage and the possible constraints that it's presenting to European industry are valid? And B, do you think that the UN process is addressing this by making sure that the rest of the world is having action comparable to Europe?
Okay, well, look, let's. We hear this time and time again. I was not surprised that carbon leakage came as one of Heinz's big hits. Let's just look at the facts. Decoupling is a reality. We have managed to reduce our emissions in Europe by 23%, whilst growing our economy by 46%. That between 1990 and 2014, in that time frame. Okay? Now, so let's be clear that is what is happening. And you absolutely rightly, Dave, talked about the UN process. The UN process means that for the first time, we have pretty much every state in the world, 197, signed up to making sure that there is regulatory certainty for business about the long-term objective here. And that means that other countries are seeing that outside of the European Union. We're actually now, even at a time when, in fact, in the last year, Europe's renewables investment has increased higher than it has ever been before, we are losing market share in new low-carbon technologies precisely because of the mindset that says, you know, it's a real problem for us, we're the only ones doing anything, and everybody else out there is relying on us to do it, and what we're doing is we're exporting jobs and growth. Well, we're not, because actually countries in China, you know, like India, in the Far East, they are actually seizing the opportunities in new low-carbon technologies that we are not taking advantage of. Now, we had the argument about high energy costs. Look at the argument that took place in the UK quite recently with the steel industry there, okay? It was not even mentioned. High energy costs were not even mentioned in Tata's last annual report. They were mentioned as one of the ancillary reasons given for the closure of that plant. And then when they were calculated, they were less than 1%. So, yes, there are high energy costs. But also, if you look at what Tata had done in terms of its emissions trading, it had also way, way overcompensated for those high energy costs because, of course, it had allowances sufficient to allow it to reclaim £700 million. Now, I'd love to know what Dow Chemicals had reclaimed from your emissions credits over the past year. Do you know that figure, Heinz? No, it would be very interesting to find it out, because I would wager you all Troy to a moldy fig that actually your credits, Heinz, the ones that you are trading because of the caps being so high in the ETS, actually way compensate you for the costs. Well, in that case, know the figure when you come into the arena.
Heinz, let's get you to respond to that.
No, I'm going to respond to that because this is a speculation at the moment because of the way these allocations are calculated. And if you just take monetary time on legal entities, not on value chains, then you can always come up with these sorts of numbers. And these are not the right numbers because you need to look at the whole ecosystem in terms of how that's being compensated. And then the discussion looks totally different.
I don't want to get too bogged down into the profit margin debate because that's a whole other subject. But could I get you to respond to Barry's first point, which is about the UN process? I'd be curious, Carlos, as well, to get your thoughts on this. How much is the UN process when we take the idea that everyone in the world should be doing their fair share? Is the UN process going in the right direction?
My view, too early to tell. It's commitments, but it's not delivery yet. So I think we'll see the results in about 3 to 4 years' time. If that really is going to deliver what it has promised. Let's remember, it was commitments with no legal backups yet, no legal systems. I'm optimistic some of it is going to deliver, but it will not deliver everything. I hope he is right that this is really the new sort of breakthrough process that is going to basically create a level playing field for everybody. Am I convinced that it will? Not really, given the recent history. Well, but we'll see. I'm optimistic something is moving. Is it moving into exactly the right direction? I'm not sure.
Carlos, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that I trust in the scientific results of the IPCC. I see that they are saying that if we keep on in the same situation, that we are moving our production system and our demand system, we only have 6 years for arrive to 1.5 Celsius degrees of increase of the temperature, and this is so called, say by the scientists, is a catastrophe. So we think that, and when we talk about giving power to the institution, the European institution, is because the trend that we are having is very slow compared with the situation that the scientists are saying to us that will happen. So we have to change, and always that we have to change to give more power to the ETS for giving a coherent signal with this situation that has described by the scientists. Always I say that all the problems that we have with the carbon leakage have to be solved, and we have a lot of tools of that. So having the ambitions for having a strong signal for the carbon pricing is not decoupled with solving the problem that has been presented here, and we have tools in the borders, taxation, taking money from the auctions, the auctions to help those that needs that, not only industrial, but also vulnerable consumers, but everybody receiving the signal of the CO2.
So ETS reform is obviously one thing kind of hanging over everyone's head right now in the business community in Europe. I want to ask you guys about the other thing, particularly in the energy sector, and then I want to open it up to the audience for some questions, so you can start preparing those now. That other thing that's hanging over the energy sector is the current low prices of oil and gas. As we're here talking about the business opportunities, and a couple of people mentioned renewable energy opportunities, I'd be curious to get the panel's thoughts on how much those low prices are affecting the appetite for investing in renewable energy. Monica, maybe we could start with you in terms of what you see from investors' appetites. Do you think the low prices are having an effect?
Well, they did in the last few years, but what we're seeing is a rebound, in fact. What we're seeing is, the fact of looking beyond the real short term and expectation also that prices will go up, and then maybe also some expectations regarding changes in regulation. The talk that is really the momentum that the discussion on carbon pricing are actually picking up may have an impact on that, but more generally what we're seeing is indeed a picking up of the investment on renewable energy. We have to also be very careful when we look at the decline that we've seen in the last couple of years. There was indeed a bubble in certain parts of the market that did burst, but there have also been reductions in costs, so that in fact the activities themselves are there. The investment volume may have been reduced, but with regards to at least being on track with what is needed for achieving the goals for 2020 and then 2030, we're there. Question is whether those objectives are actually ambitious enough. So what we see is actually picking up. We have at EIB in our pipeline going to 2020 quite sizable renewable energy components, specifically in offshore wind, but also solar, and so it's picking up. There are, however, areas where instead the low oil prices are hitting, and it's particularly, for instance, renewable energy for heating and cooling. There are certain parts of the market that are important and that are expected to count for about 40% of the additional. We're looking particularly with the objectives of 2020, and there the impact is being felt, and that is one area where really, again, there's an issue of policy. But I wanted to go back for a second to the previous discussion, if you allow me, the issue of the Paris Agreement, and also the issue of the impacts on our economies. The problem that we have is that at the moment, on the basis of what's currently on the table in terms of the commitments, we're not going to get there. We're at over 2.5. Let's be frank. What's currently on the table? So, if that is the case, and it's true that we have a very, very short time ahead of us for acting, so that when we talk about the short term versus the long term, I'm afraid that that's a false dichotomy at the moment. It's the short term, it's now.
Sorry, is the mic on? You're absolutely confusing two things. One is the 6-year time frame to reach 1.5, which is quite right, what Carlos said.
Exactly.
The other is a time frame for reaching 2 degrees. Now you used the you said over 2.5, the 2.7 figure. That's on a much longer time frame.
Exactly.
So don't mix and match.
No, I agree, but I was actually
to
responding to
illegitimately make a
Heinz.
point.
I was actually
Yeah.
responding to Heinz because not to your point. The point being, we need to make certain decisions if we want to ensure that we stay within the target, because otherwise we lock into certain paths with regards to our emissions
Yes, absolutely.
very fast. And so that's what I was responding to really quickly. And that has consequences. We talk about the fact that maybe from a macroeconomic perspective, we may not be so worse off, because we are expecting, in fact, that there will be opportunities for growth in the low carbon technologies, and I would expect also in the chemical industry. So the question is, you look at it at a macro level. Then when you look at specific sector or subsectors, that's where I also want to subscribe, or certain regions, I want to subscribe to what Carlos just said, the importance of making sure that we identify those are going to be hit, and that we do provide for solutions for those areas or those sectors that will be hit. Solutions that we have to do. This is something that we do all the time when there's a structural change in an economy, and we are at that moment. So that's what I want to understand, is understanding where the opportunities are, how can we support them, how can we, from a banker's perspective, come up with the appropriate financial tools for those opportunities that actually strengthen the European economy. In this context where it's an inescapable change of perspective, what can we do, including to support a continued competitiveness of our area, which doesn't mean necessarily competitiveness in all of the sectors that are currently at the forefront, but with a real understanding of then what the safety nets are and what kind of action we can do from a public perspective in this sense.
Any quick reactions to that? Maybe.
No, it's concerning the low prices.
Okay, yeah, so I was going to go back. So it's, Monica, it sounds like what you're saying is mostly low oil and gas prices are not having too much of an effect because people view them as a temporary phenomenon, except in the heating and cooling sector.
There, it's really hitting it hard. And we're seeing a picking up in other parts of the RE space, but it did have an impact. And indeed, as I said, the momentum towards carbon pricing is something that we see actually driving maybe a change in mind in that respect.
Carlos, would you agree with that assessment?
No, sorry, I was only some addition of the low prices. I think that there are several countries that has taken advantage of these low prices for reducing subsidies or indirect burden that suffer the consumer. So it's a good idea of using this time. And I would like to say that when you invest in renewables or in any other technology in the power sector, you invest for three decades at minimum. So these are short-term issues in order to have some decision about that. But we have to take advantage of this risky situation. That is right. So we are losing some benefits from these oil prices, but we have to take advantage of that, reducing the subsidies that they are receiving.
Any other thoughts on the prices issue?
Yeah, if I can just, I absolutely agree. You talked about policy impact as well. And I think low oil and gas prices can actually undermine investment, obviously, in bio companies. If you believe, and by and large, the markets up until last year have been banking on regulatory failure. They've been looking at politicians and saying, hey, you don't mean it. You don't mean it. Why should we take any notice? But that is now beginning to change. And Paris was absolutely a turning point in getting that message through. Because people are now saying, actually, maybe they do mean it. And you're right, at the moment, it's only 2.7, at best. At best, it's only 2.7. But that's the importance of the ratcheting mechanism. The ratcheting mechanism actually, for the first time, gives us a way of achieving what we have as our stated long-term objective. So now you begin to say as a company, well, hang on. if I'm already getting the Financial Stability Board and people like Mark Carney and Bloomberg breathing down my neck because actually I may have stranded assets here, if I'm in the business of putting money into exploration for additional oil and gas reserves, when we've got a low oil and gas price, I can't justify that to my board. There's no way that I'm going to go to my board and put that sort of mathematics in front of them. So the smart investor begins to look precisely to what Carlos has said. And that is, where do I get regulatory certainty for 30 years? Okay? I don't know what these guys, I don't know what these politicians are going to do over the next 15 years. I mean, God help us, look at Spain, right? And what's happened with the solar market there. Look at the UK and what happened with the solar market in the UK and with the wind market, in the onshore wind market in the UK, and the way in which governments have played fast and loose with the subsidies that were available. But what we do know is that long term, it's clear that we can't have a generation system, we can't have power generation that is producing at more than 100 grams per kilowatt hour. We know that. And even gas can't do that. So if you are going to actually think, where do I put my investment money? If you're going to your board and say, okay, I want a financial decision here from you, you have to then begin to see that the dynamics, exactly as you were saying, are beginning to change. And those dynamics are coming in favor of renewables because it is the safe bet. We aren't yet there with regulatory certainty, but one thing I absolutely know is that if you're talking about incentives, it doesn't come from the subsidies, and again, Carlos is absolutely right to say that Egypt, even Indonesia, India, have been using the drop in oil prices to stop the perverse subsidies that were going to fossil fuels in those countries. Absolutely right to do that. But it's not a subsidy regime that we need. It's not that sort of incentive. The incentive that businesses need are for politicians to say, that's where we're going, this is the regulatory regime, base your financial decision on the return on capital being at this level, and we won't piss about with you after we've set it. If we have tapers, we'll announce them at the beginning, we'll announce our review points, but we give you the certainty so that you can take the financial investment decision.
Yeah, but certainty is the problem,
Exactly.
that we don't
Exactly.
have that. And if we, I totally agree with you, if you had certainty in terms of regulatory future, that discussion would be an entirely different one. Fact of the matter is that most recent developments have proven exactly the opposite. That's why there is not enough investment going into these sorts of things. And thinking that just renewables are going to solve the problem is not the case. There needs to be something that happens a lot earlier, like regulation in building codes and type of stuff, because there is where technology can provide you a lot faster results than the development of new technology. But here we go again. That is a clear view of what you want to do. Then you would have to have changed building codes based. That's going to cost more money for all of us, as individuals and as companies. But as long as you don't have that regulatory certainty, nobody's even going to put up a franc or a dollar or a euro.
Well, I'm glad we're agreed on that. That's progress. But
Well, it would be
Heinz,
nice if
what you've got to wake up and smell the coffee about is that a fossil fuel future is not a future, right? Business has to understand that, because that's what 197 of the world's governments have said in Paris, and that's what they're in the process of moving to deliver. They're
We'll
not
see.
there yet.
we'll see.
They're not there yet, but I'm afraid, the Stone Age didn't finish through a lack of stone, and the Oil Age won't finish
Well,
through a
you've
lack
been
of
there
oil.
as well, right? You've been there as well. I mean, we're talking about a history of failures in terms of progress towards a more sustainable economy in terms of climate change, right? So you're basically saying it is happening right now with a horizon of 30 years. Last 30 years proved to us that all our forecasts have been wrong, and all the
Not at
regular.
all. Not at all. I've just given you the figures.
Read the Club of
I've,
Rome.
I've just given you the figures that said that we have achieved a 46% economic growth with a 23% cut in carbon emissions. We have decoupled the economies. And that's before the world had agreed to even try.
Listen,
Alexander,
this is an interesting issue because the chemical industry has reduced its carbon emissions by about 75% in the last 20 years. Just talking about this is an economic rationale, not a legislative rationale, because less emissions means less cost.
Absolutely.
So that's productivity. That has nothing to do with novel political ideas. That has got to do with economic realities and staying
Sorry.
competitive.
Climate change is not a novel political idea. Climate change is a fact. Okay? You may not like it, but it is a fact. And actually, even now, the science is not what matters here. So even if you disagree with the science, it doesn't matter because it's the regulation that you've got to deal with. Government has now decided that we're on a low carbon trajectory. That's what you've got to deal with.
Alexander, you're in the middle of
So,
this. I could tell you want to talk.
No, just a few more thought on this. Three, basically. One, I mean, I'm working on a daily basis in Brussels. I'm working on a daily basis with European Parliament, European Council, European Commission. I can tell you, I can't agree more with you. Give us legal certainty, clarity. Don't change the regulatory framework. But this is not what is happening in most cases in Brussels. So that's one.
Wait till you see the hard time I give the commissioner when Cagnetti's sitting there.
Okay. Second point on the effect of low oil and gas prices on specifically on renewables. We're just looking at figures. First, if we look at 2015 compared to 2014, investment globally in renewables have increased by 4%. So that's one, reaching $300 billion in 2015. Also, when we look at the cost of a barrel of oil, it was, as we know, $30 in January. It's now $50 in January. So what I'm saying is, as policymakers, don't try to intervene into this. Don't try to regulate what is happening there. Let the market act on this. And a final remark is coming back to UNFCCC, and I'm also optimistic without being naive, but I'm also optimistic that Paris, I think, can bring something different. But this is why it was agreed in Paris to have first in 2023 a global stock-taking exercise and to see how the commitments are being implemented and possibly to go even higher. What we ask in this 2023 stock-taking exercise is, because it's good for the climate as well, is for the others to catch up with Europe. That's what really matters also for the climate. The share of European emissions globally are decreasing. So what matters most for the climate as well is that the others catch up with Europe, and hopefully the 2023 stock-taking exercise will bring this. And I think that's really what is at core.
Let's take some questions from the audience, and I think probably what you can say will be a part of that. Okay, so you raise your hands if you have a question. Yes, okay, right here. I don't know.
Yes,
There we
okay.
go.
I'm Thomas Arnold from DG Research and Innovation. So thanks for this rich debate. Over and above the areas that you have mentioned for greenhouse gas emissions, there are a couple of others. So for instance, agriculture is well known. And if you look at food as a final service, it's even more. Now, are there any business opportunities to reduce in those sectors the GHG emissions? This was the first point. The second point is there a risk of stranding of business models? Okay, there's a lot of talk about stranded assets, but is there also a risk that that business models which may be okay today, but they may be no longer fit for the future? If yes, what can be done to get out, if necessary, of those business models as early as possible? Is something needed like let's say a BizFit check, kind of a fitness check for business models? And then the third point, the visionary, the regulatory certainty, which is often mentioned. If you look at regulation, which may evolve over time, as compared to vision, which can be much more stable and much more clearly looking forward, is it not more important to have visionary certainty also, in addition to regulatory certainty? So the 3 points, greenhouse gas emissions in other areas, for instance, agriculture and food, and business opportunities resulting from them. Then the danger of stranded business models. Maybe it's a no case, maybe not. And a future fitness check for business models. And thirdly, the visionary certainty versus the regulatory certainty.
Great, thanks. And the second question, are you thinking of certain business models in particular? In other words, if I'm reading your question correctly, is it business models not taking into account future climate action?
No, I meant the question more
More
widely.
broadly, okay.
More widely, because of course climate is one issue, but there may be also other issues where the way business is being done successfully today may have no future.
Yeah, okay, so let's
And,
take that second question
yeah.
first. Carlos, you have a thought?
Well, concerning the second question, I think that it's related with innovation. You know, in our case, for instance, everybody is talking about that revolution in the energy sector, breakthroughs, but for us, it's an evolution that we have suffered in the last year with innovation. 15 years ago, we have no any wind production. We decided to invest in wind when was innovation, a complete innovation. And this is a risky decision, and now we are the main producer of wind in the world. And with 25,000 megawatts of renewables in our portfolio. And we have made that passing from 8th in the capitalization in Europe, from being now the first in the capitalization in Europe. So innovation and anticipation and taking risk in that, give you results, but have a lot to be with innovation and taking risk for that and envisaging the future. And in our case, we are looking at the future, and the future, as Barry has said, is decarbonization of the economy.
Alexander, how would the business community feel about an impact assessment of business models' durability for the future?
I think we are definitely thinking more in the direction of making sure that whatever it is, impact assessments, but when legislation is being drafted, is being checked, that we have a positive and not negative impact on the innovation capacity and innovation capacity of companies. This would make much more sense also for some challenges like climate change, because, and it was mentioned before, we will not be in the right on track if we don't develop new technologies, if we don't bring innovation in terms of technologies, but also in terms of business models. So rather than an impact assessment on business models, I would be calling for making sure that legislation fit for innovation.
But don't we already have that? I mean, we already have fitness checks for regulation. Isn't it fair to be able to do it the other way around?
Yeah, but I don't think the regulation is for the time being looking, and the way legislation is being designed, I don't think is paying enough attention on how it impacts innovation. And I don't think it's look enough in terms of how it can sometimes positively, but also sometimes negatively impact the innovation capacity. I mean, we have been discussing the other day in other forum the idea of having an innovation principle embedded into the policy making process. That would be something, I think, for me, much more impacting and powerful than doing this business model fitness check or whatsoever.
Well, Barry, let me turn to you. I mean, as a lawmaker, you are subject to the scrutiny of businesses in terms of how laws are affecting business. Would you relish the opportunity to tell them what to do?
I think the first thing to say is that there is a fitness check for business models. It's called your annual general meeting. It's your shareholders. And actually, I think we need to take that seriously. It's not for government to come in and tell anybody, you've got to run your business like this. Yours is not a fit business model. That's for your shareholders to do. Government sets the regulatory framework in which people do business. But it shouldn't come in and start fiddling about with your business model. That's for your shareholders. I think, though, that the way in which what the gentleman was saying has bite and actually can take us forward is to look precisely at reporting requirements that stock exchanges are beginning to encourage their members to put in place. And it's really interesting that if you've read the phase 1 report of the FSB task force, the G20 FSB task force, at the end of March, they produced their phase 1 report on financial risks that were related to climate change. And the phase 2 report of that is due to come out in December. Excellent report. Not looking at the direct impacts of typhoons and flooding and inundation and so on, coastal erosion, that are going to destroy capital and destroy plant, but actually looking at the financial risks, looking precisely at the stranded assets, looking at the way in which the supply chain may be affected by the first of the gentleman's questions, which was about land use and land use change and other ways in which climate change is impacting and providing opportunities. So that's what the FSB and this task force are now about achieving, and encouraging disclosure. And disclosure is absolutely fundamental, because if you are to have a fitness for business model check by shareholders at the annual general meeting, it must be on the basis of full information. And that is about disclosure. That is why disclosure is so important. That is why pension funds around the world are looking at this as really vital, because they're not looking on what Mark Carney calls the tragedy of the horizon in 3 to 5 years. They're looking at a profile of being able to supply their members' pensions in 30, 40 years' time. And the last thing that they want is to find that their investments are locked away in companies that are grossly overvalued. And the reason the Financial Stability Board is looking at this, and the G20 have tasked them to do this, is precisely because there will come a point in the transition to a decoupled low-carbon future at which we do take a look at companies and find, hey, these are overvalued. And if that transition is not a smooth one, if disclosure doesn't happen in that smooth way, we are going to get huge collapses in market confidence on that road. And those collapses in market confidence will make 2008 look like a pinprick in the financial world. So that's why it's so important. But yes, there is a fitness test. It's your annual general meeting, and that's the way it should stay.
Heinz, let me get you to respond to the first question, which was, is it okay to have a bit of regulatory uncertainty or lack of clarity if the overall vision remains fixed?
Well, you know, a fixed visions tend to change very fast with people, with different players. And I don't buy into the concept that we should sort of orient ourselves towards a theoretical principle that may not necessarily be implemented. So, yeah, it sounds nice, but in the end, you've got to say, as a 119-year-old company like we are, we've done that all the time. We've reinvented ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here anymore. And I think that is sort of the other side to the shareholder question, that they decide if it was done well, you're going to get rewarded based on what the shareholder says and not what regulation says. You're going to be rewarded by sheer survival, by existence, which means you're going to have to be innovating, you're going to have to be financially sound, you're going to have to be respecting rules and regulations, otherwise you lose your license to operate. So I think in a context, we don't need to change a heck of a lot. We can actually sort of disagree on some of the principles, but in the end, the entrepreneur and the owners need to be able to decide something as well. So that it doesn't need to come from a regulatory framework.
Do we have another question from the audience? Yes, go ahead, right back here.
Hello, my name is Alessandra Fidanza, and I'm an environmental advisor, and I deal with cities. And I was quite interested by the intervention of Mrs. Monica, because, well, I heard talking about urban energy efficiency, which is clearly much more interesting than the energy efficiency of single buildings, and is also the trend in Europe. We see also in many H2020 calls, proposers are asked to address the fact of finding solutions for energy efficiency and for tackling climate change more on the district level, while before it was more dedicated on single points and much more on the single building. And I also heard about the ETS, the reform of ETS. We also know that outside the ETS, in Europe we have the effort sharing decision, and the future of the Paris Agreement that will have to be implemented through concrete measures. So, well, my question is about which will be the role of cities. Here in the European Business Summit we have had yesterday many interesting interventions at the Sustainable City Summit, and we heard about the potential of CO2 accounting on a local level for buildings, for hotel chains, for instance, and also the carbon footprint of cities. In Europe we have the many initiatives such as the Compact of Mayors, the Covenant of Mayors. We have the methodology which has been set up for the preparation of the Sustainable Energy Action Plan. So we have the tools also to calculate the greenhouse gas emissions and the potential of reduction on a urban scale.
Okay, thanks very much. So let's go ahead. So it's a question, how are cities factoring into these efforts?
Thank you very much.
So Monica, let's start with you. Obviously, cities are increasingly in focus in the EU these days. We had this Pact on Cities in Amsterdam signed on Monday. How are you, as the European Investment Bank, trying to harness the energy in terms of efforts, but also the problems that cities present in terms of emissions?
First of all, clearly we're very much engaged as an institution in the context of discussion on the urban agenda, and we are one of the largest financiers of urban activities in general. So to be really frank, there are so many areas and so many avenues in which we can interact with cities in order to take a look at their capacity to actually be part of the solution, both in terms on the mitigation side and on the adaptation side. Clearly, we've been very much involved in dialogue with the Covenant of Mayors and Mayors Adapt before, and now the new Covenant of Mayors with regards to the type of support that the bank can provide, both in terms of, as I was saying, working with local administration specifically with regards to their approach to energy efficiency, to put together the plans and then the programs, the investment programs that then can be actually brought to the bank for financing. But more broadly than that, the support for overall urban development and the new visions for the cities that we work with, through either directly through our framework loans for larger cities, or indirectly through our intermediaries working, for instance, Belfius in Belgium, working with smaller communities. Then at that point we take really a much more holistic approach, looking at the development horizon for and vision for a city, and looking at both the mitigation aspects and the adaptation aspects. And there, particularly on the adaptation, which is not exactly what you were asking, but with regards to the support for climate risk and vulnerability assessments for cities, and really working together to identify new ways in which the city and the systems within the cities can be designed and can function. This is an area where we are extremely active and willing to work with cities a lot more going forward. So then we can talk on the side if you want to learn more about the specific instruments that exist. Cities themselves, I think, and the way in which the cities interact with their surroundings and with their natural resources, and the way in which they impact the development of the regions around them, are going to have an enormous role in really defining what type of, if we go back to the energy discussion, what type of grid, what type of solutions. A much more centralized versus a more decentralized future is going to have enormous different impacts on what solutions we may actually need. So indeed, cities are central, and the difficulty for anybody to actually foresee what how these living entities are going to actually evolve over time is one of the biggest challenges that we have ahead of us, also with regards to the specific development also for in the energy sector and other solutions.
Barry, I want to put you on the hot seat here, and then we'll have to wrap it up. I was covering this Pact of Amsterdam on Monday, and I have to say, when it comes to this city's question, particularly when it comes to climate issues, the biggest thing I hear, both here in Brussels at EU level and at municipal level, is the biggest obstacle to giving cities more power and to solve their own problems are the national governments, and the worst offender is the UK. It's a very centralized state. As somebody in the national UK government, can the national governments release a little bit of control, a little bit of subsidiarity concerns, and allow cities to work more directly with the EU in terms of finding opportunities to fight climate change?
Okay. First of all, I am not the UK government, I'm the opposition, which means I would be delighted to be able to throw stones at the UK government on that one, but actually I'm not going to. We had a policy of devolving more power to regions. Actually, what this government has done, or the coalition government that preceded it, is it's taken a different route for devolution of power down to city mayors and given much greater autonomy to cities. I think that's been a good thing. I absolutely agree with Monica that it's very difficult to see how we're going to get the sort of progress we need without cities taking the driving seat here, in three specific areas. First is energy efficiency in construction and home building. Absolutely essential. That's done at a city level, and in fact I believe that there should be greater powers there for cities to be able to progress their own housing and construction programs, and given more planning powers to take control of that. The second area, of course, is in transport and the energy efficiencies that can be brought about in transport, not just for the impact that they might have on climate change, but actually if you look at the problems of pollution that many of our great cities have, London chief amongst them, I would say. In the UK, we have 52,500 people dying on average 8.5 years early at a cost of £20 billion to our economy each year as a result of air pollution. That is both from nitrogen oxide and particulate matter. So this is a great way of tackling that. So it's transport, it's energy efficiency, and it's also disaggregated power generation. Cities, you can do those local power generation schemes. You can actually get that sort of small-scale flexibility, aggregating local schemes, and begin to look at community power in a way which at a national level you simply can't. I'll finish there because I know you want me to, but I did want to give everybody one last figure because since Heinz refused to say it, I understand the reason he didn't say it, because Dow don't make this information publicly available, but independent analysis has calculated, since we've been sitting here, that since 2013 Dow actually got 2.6 million free allowances, and that was about 15.6 million euros to their bottom line.
Well, as I said, that is entirely other can of worms. Clearly a lot of opportunities in cities, though, particularly business opportunities. I want to thank our panelists very much for a very interesting discussion. Thank you guys a lot. And thank you, everyone watching, for being so attentive. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for showing up today. And our panel is going to look at the issue of energy union, which is one of the crucial priorities of this commission. And I'd like to start by introducing our panelists, and I'll sort of head left from where I am. Next to me is Barry Gardiner, who is the Shadow Minister for Environment and Energy and Climate Change. Sorry. For the Labour Party in the UK, and then we have Vincent de Kuiper, who is a member of the executive committee at Solvay in the centre, the man who needs no introduction. Miguel Arias Cañete, the Climate and Energy Commissioner. Then we have, unfortunately, there is no name card for him. He's a transition from a morning panel, it's Terence Hahn, who is the president and CEO of Honeywell Transportation Systems. Then we have Sarah Bell, who is set up Tempest Energy and is going to develop the tech platform for a future utility. And at the end of the panel, we have Lars Christian Becker, who is the Executive Vice President of Development and Production at Statoil. I'd like to begin by asking Commissioner Cañete to spell out where we are with the Energy Union. We met about a year ago for lunch, and you said that 2016 was going to be a core year for you of trying to push through the legislative part of the agenda, and that you were going to be spending most of your year in Parliament and in negotiations, trying to move the agenda forward. So if you could maybe just sort of spell out for us where we are in the broad picture, and any sort of problems that you see cropping up for the Energy Union agenda over the course of this year.
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in this year's Europe Business Summit, one of the most important events in Brussels of the year. And allow me to give some opening thoughts on the Energy Union potential for the sustainable economy of tomorrow. Last year was a historic year because for the first time we were able to come together and sign a truly ambitious and truly global climate deal to put us on track to a low-carbon economy. It was a very important year. But also 2015 will be remembered as the year of oil at $30 a barrel, and the year in which also Europe's energy security was also tried and tested by geopolitical tensions. So it was a complex year from the point of view of energy and climate. But the common thread to all these elements is the need to make a transition to a new flexible, clean energy system that provides sustainable and affordable energy and encourages innovation at every turn. I think that thanks to the project of the Energy Union, we will be better placed to achieve all the targets together. Our Paris commitment, if it sent something, was a very clear signal to investors, business and policymakers that the transition to clean energy is here to stay. That was a very clear message. To go to well below 2 degrees and pursue efforts to 1.5 makes a dramatic change in the way we are going to produce energy in the future. In 2030, half of our power will need to be renewable, and in 2050, power generation will need to be completely carbon-free. And that's the main message coming from Paris. And also, we have to acknowledge that in spite of falling oil prices, global clean energy investment grows by 4% in 2015 and hit a new record of $329 to $29 billion. The low prices, investments in clean energy. And that's very significant. And that's only the tip of the iceberg, because if you see what the reports of the International Energy Agency, $3.5 trillion of investment in clean energy technologies and energy efficiency will be needed just to implement the Paris commitments, which, by the way, are not enough to arrive to the well below 2 degrees. as a first step, but just to implement them, $3.5 trillion. And that's a big opportunity to position European energy companies as leader in a global market. One of our main challenges will be to retain Europe's leading role in global investment in renewable energy and to develop this leadership in all the technologies, wind, photovoltaic, ocean energy, nuclear energy, and smart grids. And all that has boosted the European economy as a whole. There are some figures which are very impressive. The renewable sector in Europe accounted for more than 1,200,000 jobs and had a turnover of $138 billion in 2013. In energy efficiency, attracts investments of 80 billion euros a year and employs currently 2,400,000 people in the European Union. So these are sectors, development of clean energies, which will be extremely important for growth and jobs. But the investments in the future in the energy sector have to be huge, and with the European structural funds and the new European Fund for Strategic Investments, ample financing will be available for low-carbon economy investments. For sure, using cleverly public finance to trigger additional investment from the private sector. And for that, to attract investment from the private sector, what we need is a stable regulatory and policy framework to show that we mean business. And this is the objective and one of the key deliverables of the Energy Union strategy. 2016 will be full of Energy Union initiatives. We started with the gas package, with the security of supply regulation. We started with the IGA's regulation, with the LNG gas strategy, with the heating and cooling. We prepared a package on gas at the very beginning of the year. And now we expect during 2016 to make good progress in the reform of the emission trading system. We will propose before the summer a revised effort-sharing decision, setting out national emission reduction targets in the sectors of transport, buildings, and agriculture to decarbonize those sectors. And alongside, we will have to include a separate proposal to integrate land use change and forestry into the climate energy framework. We are also working hard on proposals for a new electricity market design, probably the most difficult piece of legislation, the new electricity market design, to help integrate renewables and to have consumers more active in saving energy and making the most of innovative and smart technologies. The new market rules, due for the end of the year, will go hand in hand with an update of the Renewable Energy Directive to provide the framework for reaching our target of 27% and to ensure that Europe stays as world leader in clean energy, innovation and research. And we will also have to review our energy efficiency legislation and also the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. And that will be followed by the Smart Finance for Smart Buildings initiative to facilitate access to European Union funding mechanisms. Those are just some of the ways the Energy Union can lead Europe's competitiveness charge. But let's remember one thing. Europe's competitive edge was never built on competition for lowest prices. It was and will be continue to be built on the skills and determination to increase efficiency, invest in innovation and new technologies, as well as in education and training of people to transition to new jobs in growing sector. Let me finish my introduction with this thought. In a time when Europe is faced with challenges from every quarter, it is easy to focus on the day-to-day large from one crisis to another. We are fighting fires all over the place, no? But Europe's strength has always been its ability to look forward, to be ambitious, and to lead the world. And that, for me, is what the Energy Union is all about. So to make it a success story, to be able to develop clean energy, sustainable energy, affordable energy in the long term. And we have to think long term, we have to think ambitious, because thinking that after the Paris Agreement, we now have in the European Union 2030 targets, greenhouse gas reduction emissions, renewables, efficiency. But in 2020, we will have to deliver and to send to the United Nations a mid-century decarbonization strategy. And the Commission will have to assess all the economic and social impacts of launching a mid-century strategy. Because you cannot just establish a target without knowing what are going to be the implications of your efforts. You have to have ambitious targets, but knowing exactly the changes you have to introduce in your economy. And that's what the Commission will do. First, start a stable regulatory framework, then start long-term thinking and planning, and having in mind that at the moment we have two objectives we have to conciliate. We want to reduce our emissions, but we want that our industry has a 20% in our GNP to deliver growth and jobs. Making that compatible is a major challenge, and I am quite happy to be dealing with one of the items that can make it possible, which is the energy union.
What's your assessment of the politics of the energy union as you do sort of the work of pushing through the agenda? You have vastly differing national agendas. You have some countries which will remain unnamed that are still pushing for long-term use of coal. You have others who see natural gas as a transition fuel. You have issues of security of supply. You have the effort sharing, land use issues, how forests are counted. How do you see the sort of jigsaw puzzle of national interests and trying to negotiate some sort of an overall agreement on such a wide array of interests?
I'd rather say that when we come to the energy union and we want to launch a single European energy market, there is wide support for the idea. But then...
Does everybody mean the same thing when you
no,
say
no,
energy
no.
union?
They understand that the market requires free flow of energy, and that requires interconnections. And there becomes the problems in some countries. You solve the problems in the Baltic, in Central Eastern, Southeastern Europe, you start dealing with it. Then you can find in some areas problems to develop interconnections, because the principle is accepted, but afterwards you have to enforce the policy. So on the idea of having a single market, there is full acceptance. On the idea of having security of supply, there is full concern, support. If you go for a regional approach on how to solve security of supply, risk assessment, then start the problems. When somebody wants to be in a region and they prefer another different things, so you may find problems. But as a whole, the idea that we need to change our electricity market to make it fit for renewables, to be able to balance the grid, to be able to send to produce renewable energy, what is best in the places best suitable for natural reasons, instead of subsidies or feeding schemes, the idea is accepted. Then you have to apply it, and then if you have to dispose capacity mechanisms on those, then things start to be difficult. But that's the beauty of exercise, to reach agreement. And an agreement is always possible. When I went to Paris to negotiate COP21, if you had asked me 3 days before the final agreement that there will be an agreement, ambitious, binding, with a stock-taking and review of ambition over time, I would say impossible. In the end, it was possible. But I think the need to have secure energy, the need to have affordable energy, and the need to have clean energy, governments are conscious. Then we have to make political compromise, but with the support of the European Parliament and goodwill within the Council, the Commission will act as a honest broker.
I'd like to ask my panelists to address some of the issues that the Commissioner raised. In a sense, the panel is sort of reflective a little bit of the broadness of the energy union, because we have everything from national politicians to the chemical industry to people representing electricity and the oil and gas industry as well. So there's quite a broad array of interests on the panel. And in order to sort of try to coalesce around a common question, I've asked that when you make your introductory comments, if you can try to address the issue of the sort of complicated nature and broad nature of the energy union, and is it possible to simply eliminate all of that and try to go for a single high carbon price, which would achieve many of the energy union's goals in a sort of a more market-friendly way, without the need for such a level of negotiation and complicated discussion. So if we could start with to my left, and what your view is broadly of the energy union, and as well from the UK perspective on that as well.
Well, first of all, I'm delighted that the Commissioner spoke so positively about raising the 27% energy efficiency target to 30%. It's something that he has championed previously. It's gone a little bit quietly lately, I think perhaps for understandable reasons. But I think it's very good that he mentioned that specifically again today. The July package that's coming out next month with Commission proposals for effort share and the ETS reform, they will not have options to increase ambition or build on the agreement that there should be at least 40%, that is the current EU position. I think that's a serious mistake. I don't think it fits with the post-Paris, the road from Paris agenda that was the Commission's original communication on this. In fact, originally that communication ruled out increasing EU ambition at all. It called the EU's INDC, or NDC as it now is, and I quote, in line with the medium-term ambition of the Paris Agreement, despite analysis that showed that the 40% target was not in line, not with the 2-degree trajectory, but also, of course, more importantly, it's not in line with the most cost-effective transition of our economy to a low-carbon economy, to the net zero carbon economy that we're looking for in the second half of this century. And I thought it's really good that the Commissioner in his opening remarks made this distinction. It's not about getting the lowest price. Clearly, for any politician, price is important, bill payers are important. But he was absolutely right to say this is not simply about the lowest price. You can get a lower cost for energy over the next couple of years, but the truth of that is that you will end up paying much, much more subsequently. And that's why it's really important that the transition that Europe makes as a whole, and that the proposals that are coming out next month really should be raising our ambition from the 40% to 50%, so that we can see the lowest cost trajectory as a whole and make sure that we're doing this efficiently. You asked me to speak about the complexity, and there is huge political complexity in this. Of course there is. You have the Green Growth Group, if within the Union, and you have those countries who are, as member states, heavily dependent on coal-fired generation and a fossil fuel future. And so there's that political complexity in this. But there is also the financial complexity in it. And I think it's $13.5 trillion, not $3.5 trillion, the $13.5 trillion that were spoken about, that needs to be expended over the next period on that transition. We must be sure that we are not locking ourselves in to stranded assets. And the trouble with the drive to gas interconnection, for example, is that we risk spending billions of dollars on increasing, for purposes of security of supply, our gas interconnectivity with those pipelines, only to find that within 15 years, if we are meeting the other targets that we have, and if we really are on that cost-effective transition, finding that those pipelines are now redundant. They're redundant assets. That's a very costly way of making the transition. The Commissioner rightly spoke of innovation and the need for technological innovation. I think we must be more confident in our capacity to bring about the innovation and the technical change that we need in order to meet our energy needs in the future, and to begin to think in a much more integrated way across transport, construction, and power generation, then I think, if we're honest, any nation state or the Commission itself has done heretofore. I really don't think that we've thought in a holistic way. Again, it was great that the Commissioner spoke about LULUCF, land use change and forestry. Really important, because one of the things of AR5 that has shocked anybody who's read it is that the trajectories that are shown for success deal with the problem that we have in climate change. Climate change, who would care about a change in climate were it not for the fact that ecosystem services can't cope with the rate of change? And yet what we're proposing in all of those successful trajectories are such extraordinary land use change to monocultures that actually we are just recreating the problem of ecosystem breakdown in another way. And that's why we really do need to join up not just energy efficiency, power generation, transportation. We actually need to be thinking across the UNFCCC and the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity to ensure that these two conventions are aligned. And that's something that I think must take place. If it doesn't take place in the Commission, if it can't take place in the Commission, then where can it?
Thanks very much. I'd like you to address a little bit the issue. You mentioned about in particular, the stranded assets issue when it comes to gas interconnectors. But isn't that sort of part of the political equation, that in order to create this very complicated structure of an energy union, there's a bit of a give and take? And for the Central and Eastern Europeans, their issue is the Russian threat. They're much less concerned with environmental climate issues. They're much more focused on cost and security when it comes to that sort of Eastern aspect. So in a sense, Western Europe has to give that, even though it may not be the wisest use of resources.
Look, you're absolutely right that there are huge political difficulties here, and I don't think anybody would wish to underestimate that. I do think that, and I just wanted to be clear in my understanding of what you said about the Russian threat. Do you mean that in terms of a geopolitical threat, in terms of a strategic threat, or are you talking about it simply in terms of climate security threat? Because it does seem to me that what we have done by holding out the prospect of NATO to Ukraine and the Baltic states, by holding out the prospect of EU membership to Ukraine, something which, frankly, I don't believe anybody believes is going to happen in any conceivable time frame. What we did was we created the Russian threat. We absolutely provoked Russia in a way that was stupid. And so whilst you're absolutely right, there is a political problem here. We've seen what Russia has done to Ukraine in terms of gas supply. But I do think that we have to understand that if we are going to get on a trajectory which is a cost-efficient trajectory that business can cope with, then actually we have to do it in the right way. And that means uncomfortable choices, but we have to guarantee the security of supply in other ways. And they are possible. They're not impossible. It may be convenient. It may be easy to think simply in terms of gas and other fossil fuel for the next 15 to 20 years. But it has to be on a decreasing trajectory, not one that locks us into a pathway where businesses are quite understandably expecting a return on capital that is going to be of a 30 or 40-year time frame with a pipeline such as that, because that return on capital simply will not come if we're successful.
Thanks very much. I also, I'm in charge of security at Politico, and I'd certainly like to expand on that issue of Ukraine and NATO membership for Central Europe if we address that issue on a different panel. I'd like to ask Vincent to give us the industry perspective on energy union. It's obviously a crucial issue of competitiveness, carbon leakage, that sort of thing.
No, thank you. Yes, I think the European chemical industry as such, it's important to remind that it's really a critical building block for Europe. If we want to move into a low carbon economy, the chemical industry is certainly the industry which can provide the innovative solutions that we will require if we want to succeed into this transition. As reminded earlier, this is today still a very important industry in Europe and one of the few sectors where Europe is still leading in terms of innovation with the chemical industry, and is representing 17% of the chemical industry worldwide, which is still significant. But more importantly, it's a fantastic source of innovation. And I always like to come back to an example which is very close to our company, Solvay, is the sponsorship that we have of the Solar Impulse plane. This is a perfect example of what the chemical industry can bring in terms of innovative solutions, not only in terms of high-tech materials, which will provide the lightweight solutions that will be implemented tomorrow worldwide in the transportation and in automotive industry, but also look at the energy storage solutions that this kind of plane is bringing. And we know this is a key topic when we talk about smart grids and new infrastructure for electricity supply. Energy storage will be key, and all innovations coming from the chemical industry will help into that transition. And also, I was very happy to hear the Commissioner talk about the competitiveness. Manufacturing sector needs to remain the key backbone in Europe. This is absolutely key. We can obviously think that innovation will come from the SMEs, from the startups and so on, and surely it will come from there. If we look at, for example, for new insulation materials, we need smart glasses as an example. We need new glasses. This will be possible provided there is a strong glass industry, and this strong glass industry upwards require, well, an energy-intensive industry like the soda ash that needs to remain competitive, and even if we make all the efforts necessary to improve the efficiency of that industry in the same time. The second point I'd like to mention is that the European chemical industry is supportive of energy union, strongly supportive, and particularly of all these guiding principles, because what we want is really a plain competition field based on efficient, consumer-oriented energy market with a legal framework which is stable. We are pretty sure that it's important for us to get great security of supply, and this is one of the key topics of energy union, with variety of supplies, origins, and balanced energy mix, and so on. And also an important part of the energy union policies is around going further into energy efficiency. And this is absolutely critical. This is where we can bring the solutions. This is where we can bring the technological innovation that will help again in this transition. Now, when I say that the European chemical industry is supporting the energy union, I think there's a small but. And I was very pleased by what was saying the Commissioner. I think it's not obvious for us in the energy union the way it is written, but for us it's of utmost importance that the competitiveness remains at the heart of this whole reflection. And you mentioned it very, very, very importantly. Because at the end, are we sure that this will lead to stable, competitive energy supply for the industry? And I hope the answer is yes. Will, for example, the third energy package be fully implemented? And we know today it's a burden to get it implemented by all member states. But we need to eliminate this patchwork of different subsidies, complications, taxes, difficulties to have an efficient electricity grid and things like that. And at the end, ETS reform is I think, is a good idea, we need to progress into this reform, but again, we need in the same time to ensure that this will support the most carbon efficient units in Europe. And this means for us that there should be no carbon cost for the companies which are, or the units, which are today the most efficient ones, the ones which are the benchmark ones. Why would we penalize the best companies or best units, while in the same time there is so much efforts to be done in non-performing production units? Second aspects in the ETS reform is about the carbon leakage factor. I think it's a point of attention. I hear that we are moving, one of the ideas, moving to a tiered approach. I think we need to be careful of pitfall from this approach, and I can elaborate further on that. We need to look at all the aspects of this approach, because it could lead some involuntary, inefficient results, like a less protected sector would have, for example, is best companies at the benchmark having to pay for carbon cost. It's not fully in line with the principle we would like to defend. And the third point of this ETS reform, and that we really appreciate very much, is the stronger support to innovation again. And the remark I would just make about that is that we need to be careful. It is not done in a detrimental way to the support for free allowances, because if we remove and we fund this innovation by reducing free allowances from the industries which are in the benchmark, we just move money from one pocket to another. It's not changing very much, and we would favor to rather take that money to fund innovation coming from the auction part of the carbon credits. That's a bit the things that I wanted to say.
And just where do you come down on ETS reform after 2020? Do you 2-tier, 4-tier? What works best for your industry?
I think I think this is an open discussion today, but the multi-tier approach, it will probably create a lot of complications, with a lot of lobbying into many directions, with some people happy, some people less happy. I mentioned one of the aspects is that a company at benchmark in a low-tier sector could have to pay for carbon, although it's highly competitive. Does it make sense? I'm not sure personally. Other element is we should understand that these sectors are, some of them, interlinked. And it's like a chain, you know? You can make a part of the chain stronger and defend some energy-intensive sector. Fine, we are happy. But even at the same time, you weaken another part of the chain. I mean, the strength of the chain is linked to the weakest part. So we need to be careful not to weaken some of the sectors. And this is why we say just pay attention the way we implement this tier system if you want.
Great, thanks very much. Terence, I'd like you to maybe to start with comments of what you see the EU could do to help spur investment in. There's been a lot of talk of innovation. How do you see that working?
Sure, and I think there's probably three major items, because as we all know, this gets covered across energy, environment, employment, technology, and then obviously emotion. But if you look at the transportation sector, which I'll talk a little bit about, although it's just today, 1/5 of this entire debate around energy consumption, there's fundamentally 3 areas. One is technology and technology neutrality, and I think this is a key policy item. I'll also speak a little bit more. I think 2, having a holistic CO2 footprint on any technology that is deployed, and 3, very strict compliance and ensuring that's there. When I speak about technology neutrality, what I'm really saying is policy should be driven around the outcomes of those outputs. What are the levels around fuel economy, or what are the levels of CO2 emission? Put those as the targets, not having government pick any one technology. Honeywell's a technology company where we have fuel cell, hybrid, electric, gas, diesel capabilities, technologies, all of which we enhance and further improve, and they're all applicable in many scenarios. But to compare them, it's better to compare them on what is their fuel economy, what is their emissions, and have government policy set on that than governments picking technologies on that case. Because the other element is we're speaking about what's happening within the European Union, but transportation, automobiles, commercial vehicles, it's a global business. And if companies have to do one thing with their technology resources to compete in Europe, but they don't get the scale from that to be competing elsewhere around the world, in the US and China and India or elsewhere, it actually would put them at a disadvantage. So I think to keep European firms competitive, having technology neutrality is very important. I think the other one is around CO2 footprint and footprint management. Actually, coming from the industry, I applaud what was recently done with RDE and real driving emissions. I think it now starts to look at how do we use the technology practically, both in gasoline and diesel vehicles, and putting that forward. It makes a lot of sense, and there's a lot of technology now to deliver on the commitments that have come with the RDE regulation. But I think we need to also take that same thought process to the other technologies that are being brought forward. Electric vehicle technology has great promise. But if you look at, there's a significant amount of energy that goes into battery creation, a dramatic amount. Are we taking that energy consumption and emissions into account? Are we looking today, and I think it's a very broad vision for carbon footprint of energy production over the next 50 years. But today, that increment of power that's going to be produced for battery electric could highly be a coal-fired power plant. Are we taking into account that emissions when we look at that vehicle and just putting it on a common measuring stick so that we're really getting the benefits that we want? And then the third one is strict enforcement. I think for the companies that are going to invest in technology and the companies that are going to make the investments to produce it, you want to make sure that there's not a disadvantage to being the company that's in that position. And so we support strict enforcement. And some of that, too, comes down to looking at certain institutions like the type approval system that I think is actively being looked at now under these situations, because it should benefit from the collective strength of the European Union, not be perhaps caught out by if one link is too weak and it breaks the system. So a policy driven around technology neutrality and outcomes, I think, is very important. I think looking at everything has a CO2 footprint. There aren't places where there's zero. And so we need to address that in our policy, and then making sure that we not only have the mechanism to make the policy, but to enforce it at the same time.
As being associated with an international company, where do you see Europe? You mentioned some of these competitiveness issues of the potential that Europe could create a structure which makes it more difficult to compete. Do you see that danger arising, that the regulatory framework, the whole energy union project could end up driving industry out of Europe, or is that?
No, what I meant more is the companies that if there are elements that are put into the policy that may not have elements of technology neutrality, that are favoring one technology over another, or putting some economic incentive or other performance incentives in that aren't naturally in place in the overall economy and may not naturally be in place in another major economy. If firms in Europe need to design for that capability, which they may not be able to sell outside of Europe because those incentives may not be available, and the natural economics don't work. What it'll mean is they'll either have to develop two systems and spend twice as much in R&D, but they won't get global scale. And if you look today at what the global automotive industry is doing, is they're really moving to global platforms, and platforms that they can get scale, get to the cost consumers want, but also bring a technology that can work across the globe. And if policy is put in place that doesn't make economic sense, it's going to be difficult for the European companies that are currently champions in the automotive industry, I think, to be able to sustain that.
Great, thanks. Sarah, I'd also like to get your assessment of Energy Union. You'd mentioned before we started the panel that you see this sort of discrepancy or that the sort of dueling issues within the Energy Union of one focus being very strongly on gas, which is also sort of politically driven by part of the continent, the other one being on electricity, and that there's a conflict between these two priorities.
Yes, I think that's true. As an electricity market participant, we focus very much on electricity systems, and I think there is a bit of a disparity in terms of talking about the energy union in that sense. It's been very good to hear all the support for innovation on the panel here. Digital innovation has transformed the way we work, live and play, and yet electricity systems around Europe have barely commenced incorporating digital innovation in how they're managed. Historically, electricity market pricing hasn't been a true economic supply and demand price because the demand side has been price inelastic. Once you unlock customers' flexibility using digital innovation, you create a demand side that's actually price elastic, that can increase and decrease based on supply. Renewables on the grid system create price volatility. Oversupply leads to negative pricing. If you have undersupply, then you get price spikes. That volatility is actually a driver for innovation, but many governments are uncomfortable with that price spike because they see price spikes as a symbol of scarcity, and we all get very worked up about security of supply. Actually, that scarcity, that price volatility is both a symbol and a resolver of scarcity because it drives the investment case for generation, interconnection, unlocking flexibility in the demand side, and storage. But if we don't accept that price volatility, then we don't actually build that investment case. Every euro we spend subsidizing fossil fuel for security of supply reasons is a euro spent on our past, not our future. Not only does that have a negative return on investment, it actively prevents money going into our future. And as we build the energy union, that customer participation is going to be key, using digital innovation to enable customers, both large and small, to get behind their own energy costs, get in charge of their own energy cost, and drive that lowering the cost base. If we do it in that manner, then we will reduce energy cost for existing businesses, but we'll also drive this innovative industry going forward. But if we allow fossil fuel-based capacity markets to interfere with DG Energy's vision for an energy union, then that innovation opportunity may be lost for Europe, which would be a great shame for all of us.
Is there not simply also a political calculus that's going into this, that for the Central Europeans, the impetus for them to get involved in the energy union was sort of a geopolitical security issue with the Russian threat, and so for them, often poorer countries, the idea of this sort of technological panacea is a much tougher sell, that they're sort of interested in traditional core fossil fuel gas connectors and that sort of thing.
That's true, and yet many of them actually have oversupply of electricity, which could be through interconnection to Europe, could actually be used to drive their economies forward. Many of those countries, like for example Bulgaria, are extraordinary hubs of software innovation. They can definitely benefit. That may not be the political incumbency view on it, but actually those countries have everything to gain. Many of them benefit from a lot more sunshine than the UK, for example. There's an extraordinary opportunity for those countries.
Great, thanks. Lars, I'd like you also to address the broader energy union issue, and then the security of supply, and the IGAs and third-party contracts, how you see that. The focus obviously is on Russia for these kinds of contracts. How do you see it affecting relations with other non-EU energy suppliers to the bloc?
Well, thank you, Jan. If I start with a really sort of big picture and looking at the global energy sector, it is extremely turbulent phase that we're facing. And it's a definitely a challenging time to be part of this industry. But it also opens up for some opportunities, definitely. The way we look at it, it's 5 trends that is very key when we want to operate in the oil and gas industry or in the energy sector. First, the geopolitical context is changing rapidly, and these new global dynamics will have a huge effect on the world energy markets going forward. And then we see that the energy markets themselves are changing. Of course, it is a global demand keeps growing, but new markets appear and others are stagnating or even fading away. Thirdly, the low and volatile price for oil and gas is putting pressure in our industry on the margins, and it's actually threatening to put our industry's investment cycle out of balance, which will give some effects medium and long term. Technology has been mentioned, that's the fourth. But the way we look at it in technology, it's not only about the efficiency, how we operate, and also bringing down the emissions per barrel being produced, but it's also about technology innovated to bring down the development cost of oil and gas resources, and including other types of energy that is being provided. And finally, the low carbon future, how to meet this and having that transition that we all want and ask for. So seen from a European Union's point of view, how can we then achieve energy, security of energy, and also meet this low carbon future? I think there are 4 priorities. First, of course, EU's policy for the 21st century needs to respond to all those trends that I just mentioned. And it needs to have granularity that makes it sort of stable over some time. Then second, there is no better way, I think, to achieve energy of security than to leverage the attractiveness of EU. You know, having operations in Africa, in South America, Russia, Asia, Australia, and elsewhere, and traveling around and looking at, you know, how to develop the resources and operate in those environments, and then coming back to Europe and looking at Europe. Yes, there are discussions on many of these topics that I'm now about to mention, but I actually think it's important to remember them because it represents a competitive advantage seen from an investor's point of view, and European politicians should never forget that there is a common set of values in Europe. There is a good governance, broadly speaking. Yes, we want it sometimes to be better, but there is good compared to many other places. There is transparency, much bigger degree of transparency. And then there is also an ability and a willingness to pay also for, you know, making transitions happen and also making long-term investments happen. So that's on a good sort of platform that one should never forget as a politician or a member of Europe. But I also think from an investor's point of view or a businessman's point of view, this is something that Europe brings to the table. On top of this, Europe is a market of 500 million people. You know, one of the biggest markets, you know, and we want to provide energy to Europe and continue doing so. And Europe is surrounded by energy sources and resources of different nature. You have some indigenous solutions, but they're also surrounded. So how can you then become competitive in this to attract sort of different products and being them, you know, and then being developed and being produced in Europe or being brought to Europe? I think that is the really big question. And predictability in, you know, when you're making long-term investments, that is key. Predictability and fairness across different industries. Thirdly, the prioritization of the infrastructure project. I mean, you have a list of 195, you know, good projects to develop for the energy market in Europe to be, you know, improved. As a businessman, you know, having a list of 195 projects, I can't, you know,
I can't manage. So I need to make a short list. So what is the short list after 195 for Europe to sort of really dig into? I think that is key. And then there is carbon emissions. Different sort of solutions being discussed so far. The way we look at it, if you really want to do something about emissions, put a price on carbon. It is the easiest, it's fair, it's across all industries. When we, if you were to implement it, start out low, but give it predictability over time and say, we start at this level, gradually we will raise it to whatever level.
So not a market mechanism, but just a centrally set carbon price.
Set carbon price, and then you will see a huge innovation. And then you do not have, it's back to this argument of technology neutrality. It is the same, you play that card, let the market decide who is going to be the winner of tomorrow. If someone then pops up and finds out that CCS works well, then suddenly coal is back on the game. So it's let the market decide.
As you represent the fossil fuel industry, I'd just like to, there's been quite a bit of talk of stranded assets and the fact that the Energy Union and Europe's long-term energy picture should be focused sort of moving beyond fossil fuels into a much more innovative, cleaner phase. What's your reaction to that? Is there a place for fossil fuels and for gas?
Well, if you look at the sort of the global scale, the growth going forward, hydrocarbons will be part of the energy mix for a long time to stay. And then you see that in some markets, when they're sort of developing the country, they're actually skipping hydrocarbons in some cases and going for renewables. It can be solar, it can be wind, whatever. It's like in many countries that they skipped sort of the landline sort of phone and went directly to cell phones. And then in this mix, should Europe then utilize already an investment being made, or make it even harder, on themselves by investing in something else? So the way I look at it, I think hydrocarbons should be and will be a part of the mix and will not be stranded. Some resources will be stranded, but let the market decide which one and which of the operators or the companies that actually will prevail. And the companies that will prevail is those operating low on the cost curve and low when it comes to emissions of CO2.
Thanks. I'd like to ask the Commissioner why not simply set a central, slowly escalating carbon price, which would send a strong market signal, foster innovation, all the great things that we've just heard. Why not do that?
Let's make clear. We have delivered an emission trading system with the European Union during many years. And there was a decision taken at the beginning, whether you go to a political fishing of a price or whether you deliver a market-based mechanism and you improve it over time. Just one question. Does somebody here imagine that within the European Union we will reach the unanimity required to fix a carbon price? It's an open question. And which is the level of the price? We are also speaking of corridors. Lower price of production, higher prices, we fix them by political decision. How do we fix the lower? The lower price for somebody will be the highest. How will be the highest? We have gone for a market-based mechanism. It's real that at the moment the prices are low. Also, the impact of the economic crisis is very clear. But we have improved it and are improving over time. We started with the backloading at the beginning. We have put in action a market stability reserve. And when you see long-term planning of the companies, they are not thinking on the price today. They are thinking of the evolution of the market stability in the future. And we are changing now because we have a cap annual reduction of 1.74. Now we have 2.2. And we have our impact assessment of that evolution of the price will increase over time in order also to facilitate innovation to adapt to increasing cost of coal, because we have to do two things at a time. Prevent carbon leakage or investment leakage or whatever we want to call it, and deliver signals to go towards neutral, technologically neutral progress. That's for sure. we have decided this pathway. The decision is in the European Parliament at the moment. And the parliamentarians are making amendments, and for the tier approach and for others. But the feeling of the Commission is that with the vision to the city, we have a system we can develop and improve. I am not so sure, and I'm pretty sure what will happen in the Paris discussions, when if we could have a global common price of coal, at global level, wonderful. What we are doing now is making progress towards carbon markets. China, which is not a tiny market, we are 500 million, but imagine China, is developing a carbon market along the lines of the European Union. Right? Some states in the United States are also going in the same direction. What we must make sure is we develop carbon market that we can interlink in the future. And we go to align the prices. It sounds nice to have, very easy. Where do you establish the price? What will the chemicals do if they have to face a price? Whatever it is. What will happen with cement? What will happen with steel at the moment? And what if we fix, the Europeans, we fix a price and the rest of the world does nothing? In a moment, we have fierce competition in the global market. We have to take many balanced decisions. But I think that a market-oriented carbon market, improving the mistakes in the past and making it efficient, is much more better. My neighbor has raised the problem of the tier approach, and the Commission make a proposal to avoid that those best technological advanced companies that have make investment may be damaged with the benchmarking system and the tier approach. The Parliament has amendments, and the Commission will be an honest broker, but pointing out about the consequences. The duty of the Commission in the parliamentary discussion is that there are amendments that this produces this effect. If you do this, chemicals will be placed here, and they have that impact. If you do that, cement will be there. If there are tiles will be here, or steel will be here, or what happens. It took me 1 year to take the decision of how we should frame, not so 1, 9 months, the emission trading system, thinking what's the best proposal to make. Things were very calm when we launched the proposal, but after Paris, all the lobbies of the world came to the proposal, and now we have a long discussion. But I think that we should improve. We have been the leaders. We are the world's biggest actual carbon market. Other people are following our trajectory, and to develop global carbon markets will be possible. I'm not pretty sure that other possibilities of fixing prices with a political decision, because in the end it will be a political decision taken in a formation of ministers, will be feasible. Remember what happens when we got trying to do tax harmonization or green taxing or other things. I am a pragmatic commissioner. I want to be as much ambitious as I can, but delivering solutions taking into account the global impact in the whole society. Consumers, industry, citizens, everybody.
I see that the proposal, your proposal, has sparked. I'm not sure universal opposition, but let's run down the panel and see what your thought is, Barry, on the idea of some sort of a centrally set carbon price, and whether that would in fact be the fairest way of spurring innovation and driving this process.
I agree with a great deal of what the Commissioner has said. You pay your money and you take your choice as between a carbon tax and an ETS, a trading system. What the carbon tax gives you is certainty on price, but it gives you no certainty on the level of emissions, because people may be prepared to pay that price. Now, if this is a climate proposal, what you need is not certainty on price, what you need is certainty on emissions reduction. And therefore the trading system actually can deliver that. Now, we all know that this trading system, as the Commissioner rightly said, has had its problems. The Market Stability Reserve, in my view, is unlikely to achieve the objectives and the sort of incentives to the market that the Commissioner suggests it might. I think the parameters for its 400 million at the lower end and 833 million at the higher end. I don't think we're bearing down enough. And actually, to simply backload, that isn't going to solve the problem. It does need to be tighter. The caps do need to be tighter if you're going to get those signals into the market. Now, the Commissioner has made a very respectable case for saying this is political. We have to do it mindful of jobs and growth, and I respect that. But the key thing I think about, in where I would absolutely agree with him against going down the road of a straight carbon tax, is that it doesn't necessarily incentivize negative emissions technologies, new technologies coming through, because they need the research and development spend that is not offset by carbon prices. So a tax would not easily spur the sort of disruptive innovation that I think we really need if we're to drive the agenda forward.
Great, thanks. And Vincent, how do you see it?
I personally fully align with what the Commissioner said. I think there is no simple solution, one size fits all, to this very complex problem. And at the end, very big work has been done to develop this ETS system with one key objective, is the reduction of the total emissions of CO2 and other gases. This is the objective we all have. And this ETS system is proving that, yes, we are going lower with the emissions. Can we do better? Sure. Can we improve the system? Sure. And I think the industry is collaborating together to find the adjustment that needs to be done to avoid some of the pitfalls that we observed in the last years, not due to the industry, but due to the economic crisis in Europe and things like that. So we should not abandon a system where we spend so much energy to put it in place, and rather focus in a pragmatic way to further improve it. And again, I think one important point mentioned by the Commissioner was that at the end, Europe today is the sole region where we have a compulsory cap of emissions, which is basically what we want to do. So getting rid of that, I think would be a huge mistake. So let's progress, let's move forward. I mean, coming on the point of higher, single high carbon price, I'm not sure it's fully answering the point of reducing the total emissions at the end. Will it help at the end? Probably yes, but we chose another way. And the big issues, as mentioned by the Commissioner, will be that we will restart discussing about what's the carbon price? What is the level? And is it truly a global carbon price? Because which is very, very complicated today to implement if we want to be pragmatic. The reality, if we don't reach this global worldwide carbon price one way or another, the only thing we will fall into very rapidly is that we will face this story about carbon leakage and investment leakage from Europe. So let's be pragmatic and improve the existing system.
Terence, how do you see that, especially from a more international perspective? Does that make sense to try something like that in Europe? And in general, how do you see even as everybody mentioned, the flawed ETS system? How does that play in international calculations as to where to invest and sort of longer term perspectives?
Yeah, and I come back to this concept of if you're developing technology, you want to get scale and be able to sell it across the globe. And so I think the Commissioner's point, he spent a lot of time thinking through this, I think is taking in all of the complexities and trying to get to the best answer with the trading system. But I would put in front of that just the element of targeting what are the CO2 emissions targets by industry based on what's available and best in class, and having people drive to be able to do that. And it may be slightly different in Vincent's industry because of some energy intensity, but there's a higher value to the end product. It may be different in the transportation industry, it might be different in the steel industry, okay? But it's an industry that you want to have as part of a robust economy. You don't want to push certain industries out and then not have them. That creates other security issues. But I think fundamentally getting to be globally competitive, it's better to have an economic-driven or an outcome-driven target than putting something up that's a proxy. And I think the carbon tax would be a very, perhaps could have some perverse outcomes for the overall economy. And so I think the commissioner's got a thoughtful approach, but I would just have, I would have more targets based on, based on the emissions, and let an open market and all technologies compete to be able to get there.
So how do you see that? Is there?
I think energy-intensive industries could actually benefit far more from oversupply of renewables. We need to get much smarter about how we use that oversupply. Some processes can be interrupted, some can be run at different times when we have this oversupply issue. And I think trying to use innovation to marry flexible demand with oversupply of renewables actually creates a more competitive European industry landscape. So thinking a little bit more creatively about how we solve these things using innovation, I think would be a better approach.
Great, thanks very much. I think we still have a little bit of time to take questions from the floor. I'm not sure if there's a microphone. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead.
We have heard a lot about electricity, though we know that most of the consumption is for heating and cooling. Also, when we talk about high temperatures, but most of it is for low temperatures and for the use in buildings. Can't we get much more results out of our efforts to promote energy efficiency and renewables for heating and cooling than we have done into the power market? And the other question is, how can we characterize, Commissioner Cañete was very keen in bringing renewables to be bringing Europe to be number one in renewables. How do we define that success? Is it on the basis of a percentage of renewables in Europe, on the basis of the sales, on the basis of how much renewables we use in Europe, produced in Europe? So how do we define leadership in renewables? Thank you very much.
And who is your question addressed to?
The second for Commissioner Cañete, and the first one is to the panel in general. So.
Well, being leaders is being leader in innovation, in patents, very clearly, in developing investments at home and abroad, in the European companies being able to sell their products over the world because they have the best technology available. And we have done that with wind power. We started it with solar panels. We are doing that with offshore wind. So there are many areas in which we have the leadership, and we have to maintain. That's why we have to invest under Horizon 2020 and under all the programs of the Commission in more innovation in the sectors the European Union can be more competitive. That's being leaders. For sure, if you measure the leaders in the degree of investment every year, we started the first to develop renewables. We had a 20% target of renewables for 2020. We are there. We are on the trajectory. Of course, now developing countries and emerging countries are investing more because they start from later and they use technologies we have developed which now are cheaper. If solar panels are 80% cheaper than were in the past and wind power is 1/3, it's because we developed the technology and probably we developed them with feed-in tariffs sometimes, I would say, complicated, to be very polite, and support schemes we were not market-based at the time, but we have learned that experience. And now we were able to do in the energy union to frame a scheme of support for renewables more intelligent than the one we have in the past, but we have to keep supporting innovation in this area. This is a area of innovation. We haven't solved all the problems. We have to solve the problem of storage for renewables. It's clear that making batteries also creates problems of energy consumption. But we haven't solved the problem of storage for renewables. And if we want to have very clean energy in the future and being renewables, the supportive, even of energy intensive industry, we have to solve the problem of how we are able to storage renewables energy in the future. We need interconnection, we need storage, we need innovation, technology. That's being leaders, number one. Being leaders means interconnect your electricity market so that the energy produced in the North Sea can be sold in the south of Spain. Or the energy produced in the north of Africa can be sold in the Baltic countries. That's being leader, developing your interconnecting, having smart grids, feeding renewables in the market, developing the more technologies, having more patents. We still are leaders on patents in renewables. But if we don't make further progress, other people will overtake us because this is a global race. And why is it a global race? Because the signal in Paris is very clear. We are going for clean energy. We are going for renewables. And if we are going there, sooner or later, my friend said, well, we are not ambitious enough. We have the most ambitious climate change targets, the most ambitious policies enforced, really, because we have targets and policies. Sometimes we don't sell very well what we do. And we have the most ambitious climate change financing for developing countries. So we are facing the challenge of climate change, but we have to be more ambitious in the future. And thus we have to implement our targets. And one of the work I have to do, which is no more pleasant, as was mentioned, is to implement European legislation, the third energy package as a whole, the energy efficiency directive, which has some problem, the energy performance of business directive. So we have to inform our legislation and be more ambitious in every field area. If we do all the things together, if we develop a market fit for renewables, if we keep it with supporting the most innovative technique, bringing down the prices, developing carbon capture and storage, which is very important. We have invested a lot. We are not yet there. Then we will be leaders in all the sectors of energy. This is a major challenge because energy is the major factor of economic growth. We need energy. Imagine if we need energy, what do people need in Africa, for example? And we need to support developing countries to develop their energy capabilities of production. And that's another opportunity for the European Union, innovators, and industry as a whole.
Sarah, you wanted to jump in on that as well?
Yes, in terms of storage, buildings actually are a natural thermal store through their heating and cooling needs. So the example you were talking about before about how we can do that, that's exactly what my company does. So for example, we manage Hertz corporate head office, the chiller unit that drives the air conditioning, we chill it to a colder temperature when there's oversupply of renewables. We have seafood processing plant in Scotland. We make their freezer units colder when the wind is in oversupply in Scotland, etc., etc. This is only being done by my company at a very small scale. When we are doing this across the whole of Europe, we will have dramatically more efficient energy systems.
Great. We'll take one last question and then right there, and then I think that we're going to have to wrap.
Yeah, my name is Rainer Lüttgehus. I'm a freelance journalist here in Brussels. As I understood the panelists, you don't approve a carbon tax or a fixed carbon price, but why don't we reform the ETS and introduce a minimum carbon price like in the UK?
Commissioner?
First of all, I don't approve or disapprove. I respect the ideas of everybody. First of all, I have made the European Union has made a choice and has gone for a market-based system. If you go to a market base and you fix minimum prices, it's not anymore a market base. Either you allow the market to play, or either you don't allow the market to play. That doesn't mean that member states individually can do additional things. But as a common framework for the European Union, we have chosen a market-based approach.
You wanted to jump in as well?
If I can, fundamentally, I agree with the Commissioner that you leave the market to get on with its job. And the beauty of the ETS is, of course, that we achieve the result that we want at the lowest cost. That's how it's structured. The difficulty is that we may not be driving change that is needed further down the line as fast as we're going to need it. And the failure, therefore, you can either try and address that failure by increasing the cap, which is the way I believe it should be addressed, and the way in which Commissioner Cañete has suggested in future it will be addressed, and the 1.74 to 2.2 is the start of that process. In the UK, I think our government was right to say that is not happening fast enough, and therefore you need to get that market incentive at the other end by setting a floor price. Again, you can pull different levers. The objective is the same, but the fundamental principle is that the market should be doing this to achieve the lowest cost trajectory to the goal of a net zero carbon economy in the second half of this century.
Vincent, you just...
Just a quick comment. I think indeed, as the Commissioner said, that we chose a market-based system, and we should believe that this system, with the evolution of the ETS reform, will lead to a reasonable carbon price, which enables the requested innovation to move to a low energy, low carbon economy. But don't believe that because today the carbon price is low, people are not doing anything. What is doing the industry today? A company, and I give you the example of a company like Solvay, but many companies are doing that today. What are we doing? We do force internal carbon price to decide of our strategy, to decide of for all our investments. And in Solvay, we decided to fix, and it's been the case for more than 1 year, a carbon price of 25 euro per ton. And all our strategy is including this cost of carbon into our decision process. What is the consequence of that? First of all, you favor projects which are leading to energy savings, better energy efficiency of our processes and so on. But also, you force the company to move to new segments, to lower economy, lower carbon economy, and get away out of higher energy-intensive activities. So this has a double positive effect. So and I gave you the example of Solvay, but I'm pretty sure there are many companies today in the chemical industry who are doing that. So we are not waiting for higher carbon price to take action.
Great. I'd like to, unfortunately our time has run out. I'd like to thank all the panelists for taking part. We started with a huge array of issues, and I think we sort of settled on the most controversial one, which is ETS and carbon price. That seems to be the trend on many of these energy union panels, that's the end point of the discussion. So again, thank you very much, and please don't leave your seats because the final session will be starting in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yes, just to repeat that, we've got a high stellar lineup for you starting in about 10 minutes, including President Juncker, who will be with us at about 5:45. So please stay with us for the final session. Thank you.
Because I was looking for mine, because I left it somewhere here, and now I'm sorry for interruption, no problem.
Bekend gezicht. Is er iemand? Nee, maar ik zit op Thomas zijn plaats eigenlijk, dus zet dan mijn... No, no, yo te agradezco. Zet anders mijn...
Test.
Test, test.
1, 2, 3. Okay, the magic of the on switch, sorry. So good evening and welcome to the final session of this year's European Business Summit. I hope you've had a rewarding and fruitful couple of days. I hope you've made some bold moves, appropriate ones that is, and I hope together you've devised some solutions for how Europe can continue to grow, improve its competitiveness and create more jobs. So, to summarize some of those key themes over the last 2 days, I'm very pleased to welcome Peter Timmermans, the CEO of the Federation of Enterprises in Belgium, the FEB, to talk us through the highlights of the last couple of days. Peter.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the 2016 edition of the European Business Summit is coming to an end after 2 days, I think, of enlightening discussions on the state of the European Union. And this year's edition came at a time of unprecedented challenges, from the migration crisis to security and terrorism issues, from trade dilemmas to the UK referendum and the EU's economic recovery. And because of all these challenges, some people even say that there is an existential crisis of the EU, But in my opinion, these challenges can also bring new opportunities, as highlighted by the theme of this year's European Business Summit, a time for bold moves. The EU still has many assets, as underlined today by President Schulz, and we, as members of the European business community, have also a crucial role to play. And I'm pleased to say that over the past 2 days, I've witnessed European business leaders actively engage with these decision makers to find new ideas and solutions to assure a bright future for our troubled continent. And let me now briefly comment on some of these interesting discussions that we had during this year's edition of the EBS. During the opening plenary, the President of the European Council, Donald Tusk, told us that we desperately need, quote, and I quote, warm hearts and cool heads. Not the opposite. But he also rightly said that you cannot leave politics to politicians only. Indeed, business is part of the solution, and therefore we need the right framework in the EU. In addition, as Business Europe and many speakers rightly pointed out during the summit, the EU must regain its world leadership in the field of trade and investment. And in my opinion, this is indeed crucial, as more than 90% of future economic growth will be generated outside the EU in the next 10 to 15 years. It's very clear that European companies have a lot to gain from the conclusion of ambitious and well-balanced free trade agreements that will foster economic growth and investment, and that will lead to more jobs and ultimately to more prosperity. A perfect example is the ambitious trade agreement recently concluded between the EU and Canada, better known as CETA. I indeed share Commissioner Malmström's call for the rapid and smooth ratification of the agreement. As skepticism about trade agreements and free trade in general grows across the EU, CETA represents a crucial benchmark for the future of EU trade policy. In order to respond to this criticism, politicians need to better explain and promote the benefits of free trade, just like business does. Of course, as Commissioner Malmström said, we have to listen to the concerns of all the different parts of the society, but we cannot blindly follow populist and protectionist arguments. This brings me to another major EU trade agreement currently under negotiation, TTIP. Let me be clear, we will not support a TTIP light, but we cannot give up the opportunity to close an ambitious deal that would benefit companies, consumers, and workers. And I thus fully agree with what some say, with what some call for European leaders to confirm their commitment to TTIP in a council at the end of this month. However, concluding trade agreements alone will not solve the structural economic weaknesses in Europe. As discussed today with Mr. Dijsselbloem, I believe increased cooperation, fiscal responsibility, and the implementation of structural reforms by the EU member states are essential to make European companies and European economies and companies more resilient against economic crisis. The EU has also to continue improving the investment and regulatory environment, especially with regards to innovation and digitalization, two major drivers of future European and global economic growth. I therefore largely welcome the recent initiatives proposed by the Commission aimed at boosting the digital agenda and e-commerce. And as Commissioner Oettinger rightly said this morning, the EU won't prosper unless we boost the digital agenda in Europe, including digital skills. Moreover, as pointed out by Accenture in the EBS report, the rules on competitiveness are changing in the digital world. European business must accelerate their transition to the digital era. Ladies and gentlemen, in the scope of these closing remarks, I cannot, of course, refer to every interesting session that was held during these 2 days. Many other important topics for the future of the EU economy have been covered, such as the Energy Union, climate change, the Capital Markets Union, new business models, the circular economy, the labour market, and last but not least, the possibility of a Brexit. Please allow me to say a few words on this crucial topic for European business. My organization, the Federation of Enterprises in Belgium, as well as many European business federations, have expressed their support for the continued British membership of the European Union. And I'm convinced that in the event of a Brexit, not only the UK but also the EU economy will be severely affected, and the EU's external bargaining position on the international scene will be reduced. And therefore, sincerely I hope that the UK citizens will decide to remain in the EU on the 23rd of June. Ladies and gentlemen, although I'm still looking forward to hearing President Juncker and the other speakers, I think we can already say that the 2016 edition of the European Business Summit has been a great success. The EBS has once again given the opportunity to key decision makers and business leaders to exchange views on the challenges the EU is facing. And I would like to use this opportunity to already thank, on behalf of the Federation of Enterprises in Belgium and on behalf of Business Europe, the entire EBS team and all the summit partners, as well as the high-level speakers that have contributed to the success of the EBS 2016. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you all again next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Very upbeat assessment, and great to hear. I'm now very pleased to be joined by two international CEOs. Jean-Louis Chaussade is the CEO of Suez, the multinational water, waste management and energy company. And Mr. Guo Ping is the deputy chairman of the board and a rotating CEO of Huawei, the multinational networking and telecoms company. So without further ado, I'd first of all like to invite Mr. Chaussade to come to the lectern. Thank you.
Dear colleague, well, let me introduce Suez, which is one of the key European players providing solutions to major environmental challenges. It's a 150 years old history and company with expertise in management of natural resources. My company has been part of all the major social revolutions since the 19th century, the public health in the 19th century, and of course the modern urban services in the 20th century. Today, we want to help to meet the challenges of the resource revolutions. If I may say an additional word about my company, 2/3 of our activities in Europe, and of course, our growing activity is on third countries, international countries, such as China, where we provide expertise, a wide expertise to sustainable management of natural resources, both to mitigate and to adapt to climate change. For example, we can speak about desalination, water use, etc., and develop a more circular management of resources. In view of the 21st century megatrends, I'm speaking about, of course, demography. We will be probably 9.5 billion in 15 to 20 years. Hydric stress. By 2030, 40% of the world population will live in stress area. Urbanizations. At the same date, probably 2/3 of the world population will live in cities. Resource scarcity, climate change, energy prices. We have to shift our business model from managing water and waste to securing and managing and recovering resources. And when I speak about resources, I speak about water, I speak about raw materials, but I speak also about foods. But Suez is not alone. And this morning we had a very interesting sessions organized around what we call the CE8, Coalition of Industries, coming from various sectors in favor of circular economy. And we gave 8 concrete examples of how companies integrate circular economy thinking into their business strategies. They do this, of course, because they believe that part of their duty is to protect the environment, but because also they believe that will bring competitiveness to our industry, to our European industry. In my view, there is a great potential for the EU. It is crucial that that EU should be strongly engaged to reap the benefits from circular economy. In terms of job creations, we believe that nearly 600,000 new additional jobs could be created by implementing a waste legislation part of the circular economy package, which has been disclosed at the end of last year. Resource savings equivalent to 500 to 600 billion of US dollars per year in Europe, contributing to making our industry more competitive. Greenhouse gas emission reductions, which is, as you know, a key topic in the EU agenda. 14% reductions if the European manufacturing industry increase its uptake of SRM as well as its material and energy efficiency. And we need also what I could call a narrative, a positive narrative in a context of growing Euroscepticism. We need to sharpen our policy actions, and we need more support to EU businesses. In these transitions to new energy sources, new productions and consumption patterns, the market will not succeed alone, and policy needs to send the right signals. Until a true carbon price is set up, corrective measures to limit the volatility of commodities prices and measures to stimulate the demand for recycled materials are needed. These actions need to be taken fast, as the increasing mismatch between the dynamism of supply and demand has drawn the recycling sector, a major part of the circular economy value chain, into a state of crisis. The innovative steps taken by forward-looking European companies need to be supported. In this regard, the EU should not be afraid in supporting its champions in strategic sectors like other nations and continents are doing. Now is the time for the European market to catch up with the likes of Japan and China, who have already taken strong policy measures in favor of a circular economy principles. It is the only way the EU will reap the benefits of circular economy in terms of jobs, competitiveness, and of course, climate change mitigations. Thank you so much.
So one very quick question for you, Mr. Chaussade, and you have the President of the Commission sitting next to you here. So what would be your one priority? I know that when the circular economy package was produced, you said this was a good starting point. What would be your top priority of what needs to be focused on right now?
I think it's good to favor the offer of recycling products in Europe, which is part of the package, but I think also we have to look to the demand. Without demand for recycling products, it will be difficult to continue to develop the offer of recycling products. So demand, quality, offer, push, pull, quality, that's, in my view, the art, really the core of the questions that we have to save and to develop in the future.
Perfect, thank you. I'd now like to invite Mr. Guo to take the microphone and address us. Thank you very much.
Dear President Juncker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's great to be here again. Today, I'd like to share some thoughts on the role that ICT, information and communications technology, plays in European business. Last September, the United Nations defined ICT as an enabler for its sustainable development goals. In addition, all UN member states now recognized ICT as the essential role of their digital transformation. With future development in mind, I have two suggestions on how Europe can accelerate its own digital transformation process. The first, European businesses should learn how to best apply ICT to their existing businesses in order to stay ahead of the pack. When the industry goes digital, there are two different approaches. One is we call Internet Plus, and the other is Plus Internet. For Internet Plus, Internet companies use information technology to change the existing landscape of an entire industry. Examples of this include Uber and Airbnb. For Plus Internet, traditional companies leverage ICT to innovate their existing businesses or roll out new business models. Huawei and GE have been successful with this approach. I think the Plus Internet approach is likely to go mainstream. Essentially, ICT is a business tool. It's not the core business itself. Nevertheless, if they want to lead the future, brick and mortar businesses need to be forward-looking and proactively invent themselves. This is especially important for Europe because its primary objective in going digital is to protect the leading position of its industry sectors. European companies need to get moving. They need to figure out how to most effectively leverage ICT tools, and most importantly, how to strengthen their capabilities for developing industry-specific application software. This is where the true value of Europe's digital transformation lies. And it's because of this that I repeat my point. European companies must stay ahead of the pack when it comes to going digital. Naturally, Huawei is both ready and willing to provide the ICT infrastructure that will support Europe throughout its digital transformation process. The second, Europe should encourage innovation and relax regulation. In particular, it should encourage telecom operators to enable vertical industries. Europe's digital transformation is slow because telecom operators haven't been able to play an enabling role. If we look at the global telecom market over the past several years, we can see the operators in Europe were the only ones to experience recession. Digital transformation has had a huge impact on Europe, but its telecom operators have extremely limited income despite high innovation costs resulting from long investment cycles and fragmented market needs. It's difficult to imagine how a struggling telecom industry can continue to invest in innovation. In my opinion, the focus of regulatory policies for telecom operators should involve to encourage more innovation. To conclude, as the European Commission ponders the future of this single market, a more holistic view must guide the upcoming strategy. A modern industry policy needs to put technology adoption and an innovation-friendly ecosystem at the forefront. In particular, Europe needs to focus on developing key enabling technologies. It should accelerate the pace of its 5G development. Central issues like spectrum policy should also be top priority in order to promote digital innovation across industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. One quick question for you. How do you think Europe should deal with the security and privacy issues during this digital transformation that we're going through?
Well, 100 years ago, when cars first hit roads, security was the biggest concern. But now, cars are everywhere. No doubt, security and privacy protection are very important. But we should remember those internet-based companies. Fundamentally, their business model is monetizing privacy. So I think we should address those concerns as we developed. For example, the contact list in our mobile phones are not secure. But we know lots of people use cloud synchronizing services. So let me repeat my point. We should address those security and privacy protection issues as we developed. We should not, at the very beginning, to stop any development.
Thank you very much. Well, it now gives me very great pleasure to introduce you to a man who I'm sure needs no introduction, but it's the President of the Commission, President Jean-Claude Juncker, to address us with the keynote speech in this, our final plenary session of the European Business Summit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Excellencies, at least one. More? All of you excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, and looking into the room, dear friends, many of you are dear friends, I'm very happy to be with you. In fact, I'm not happy at all because I lost one tooth this morning. I had a meeting with my dentist this morning. I will have another one tonight, so I'm not happy at all. But you are happy that I'm here, and so I'm happy to be with you this afternoon. And I would like to thank all those who organized this event. I do know that behind the scene, many things have to be made, and we should never forget those who are making our public appearances being a success. I'm a great collector of summits. Yeah. And my collection is growing every day and very quickly. Euro, Greece, Russia, migration, everything. But I'm happy to add a business summit to my already rich collection of summits. You have covered a lot of ground already in your talks with many of my distinguished colleagues from the Commission taking part: Euro, single market, investment, migration, digital, labor market, capital markets, energy and climate. It's the tragic fate of the final speaker to take the floor when everything has been said. But since I was invited to conclude, let me tell you the truth, my truth. Although I don't like to deliver concluding remarks after 2 days or 1 day or hours of meetings, because I was not listening to those who were speaking before me. So with the highest authority possible, I will conclude the session of today. When I took office 19 months ago, I wanted my commission to be a political European commission, a commission that takes responsibility, defends European interest, and provides solutions. A commission that can manage crises as they come, but still deliver its political priorities for the next 5 years, along the lines I had announced to the European Parliament when I took office in 2014. We are trying to deliver our political priorities, and this is what we have done, in spite of all the gloom and doom that we see in the newspapers. The European Union and the Commission are delivering. In our first month in office, we launched an investment plan for Europe that has already mobilized more than 100 billion euros across 26 member states, with 64 big infrastructure projects, and support more than 140,000 small and medium-sized enterprises. We helped to secure an historic agreement on climate change, the first of its kind, which charts the paths for public authorities and companies alike. We brokered a stability support program for Greece, which kept the Eurozone together and anchored Greece to the euro. And I believe that the Greek economy now has the potential to turn the corner. We are pushing for new sources of growth, following a strict better regulation agenda, and we adopted new strategies for our digital single market, capital markets union, energy union, and so on, and we started to implement those. We set out a roadmap for the future of the euro, the so-called 5 Presidents report, and we reformed the European semester of economic policy coordination so that we can better support our member states as they are modernizing their economies. We are trying to respond to the biggest refugee crisis since World War II, and we are saving Schengen by implementing the Schengen rules. This is not only a symbol of our open society, it is vital for business, since border controls within the Schengen area would cost between 5 and 18 billion each year. And we have done all this in a context where our security within Europe and in our immediate neighborhood has been challenged. My point is not to list the achievements of the Commission, but I will argue that today, in a time of crisis, we should also see the European Union at its best, providing stability, showing responsibility, promoting solidarity. We have approached the British referendum in the same spirit. I've said from the beginning that I want the UK to remain a member of the European Union on the basis of a fair deal. And the deal we propose is so fair to the UK and fair to the other 27 member states. The British Prime Minister achieved the maximum of what he could achieve, and the other member states were giving the minimum of what they were ready to give. Now it's for the British people to decide, and I hope that the great virtues, pragmatism, common sense, will produce a result that is good for them and good for Europe. I don't want to interfere in the British debate. Whenever I'm saying something on Britain or on other countries having referenda or things like that, I'm criticized. When I'm silent, I'm criticized for being silent. So that was it. On all these fronts, the jury is still out. You know that I'm not someone who wants to hide the problems and difficulties, but last week, being in Japan, I took a clear message to the G7. There is recovery in Europe, and we'll continue our job. Unemployment has fallen to its lowest level in 5 years. We have 5 million more jobs than in 2013. Nobody knows it, but that's reality. Investment is starting to pick up. Nobody is seeing it, but that's the reality. And the state of public finances is improving. Nobody is seeing it, but that's the case. So we can progress on all these fronts. And in the first quarter of 2016, we are even growing faster than the United States. Nobody is seeing it, but that's the case. The recent news are better. Who is laughing? The Russian ambassador is laughing. We are growing faster than the Russian Federation, I have to tell you. Yeah. For the next decades. We know that the global economy remains uncertain, and our growth will depend on the opportunities we create for ourselves. And we know we need to do more. This is why we'll keep pushing for what we call the virtuous triangle of investment, structural reforms, consolidation of public finances. This strategy is at the heart of everything we do. I mentioned progress on investment and the investment plan for Europe, and I mentioned the main figures. This plan is not a silver bullet by itself. It was never meant to be, but it works, and that is why we have decided to extend the new European Fund for Strategic Investments beyond 2018, and legislation will be proposed during the autumn months. This European plan for investment is called the Juncker Plan. That was not my intention. But those who did believe that it would be a total failure wanted to identify immediately the one who would be responsible for this. Since it works, it's called the European Investment Plan. So, and it works because we are mobilizing huge amounts of investment, because we are giving a chance to new investments, because we had to do it as the investment volume of the European Union, both public and private, was 20% less when I started my mandate than in 2007, the pre-crisis year. And so it was necessary to add to what we are doing this dimension of growth, investment and jobs. Austerity is not an exclusive answer. It's a necessary answer when it's brought down to rigor, not to stupid, blind austerity, but now we have added to our common undertakings this investment dimension, and that's okay, as we need structural reforms. Today, as Europe is starting to recover, we can see a clear trend. Countries with the courage to reform are the ones who are feeling the benefit. Those who are undertaking as governmental parties the reforms, they are losing the elections, but nevertheless, countries are recovering from a bad starting position if they are introducing, even if not accepting, structural reforms which from time to time are very painful. The recommendations the Commission was issuing in recent weeks when it comes to the European semester, and not lecturing member states but suggesting to member states to undertake the reforms they need. These recommendations are targeted and they are precise. We have put an end to the shopping list that tried to do everything but led to nothing, and we now focus on the priorities that require urgent attention. When it comes to our public finances, third point, budgetary consolidation of the virtuous triangle I was describing, I want to be clear. The Commission has never argued, although it's always repeated, for blind austerity, and it never will. We want healthy public finances based on a growing economy and responsible fiscal frameworks, and we are using the flexibility in our rules to make this happy. To make this happen. Nobody is happy with strict fiscal measures. We want to make this happen using the flexibility, including by giving the time and space for reform. This does not mean being lax. I introduced in the interpretation framework of the Growth and Stability Pact some elements of flexibility. We did not change the Stability Pact into a flexibility pact because we do think that cleaning up our public finances is essential, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. It's not to make pleasure to the European Commission, to Brussels, as many are saying. It's about future generations. Our generation is in charge of organizing a better life for the next generation, and so we have to do our work. Public deficits have been reduced drastically, and even if the euro area fiscal stance has become more expansionary lately, which is seen as a good thing in the present juncture, deficits are still expected to go down across the board, and our levels of debt are also starting to fall. When it comes to this very point, the Commission is not making a difference between big member states and smaller member states. We are applying the rules as they are, and those who are saying that we would favor and that we would be more generous when it comes to big member states are wrong, and they know it, which doesn't prevent them from saying it. In pushing for this virtuous triangle, investment, structural reforms, consolidation of public finances, let me stress that the Commission has the issue of social justice and social fairness at its heart. There will be no any lasting economic or political success unless we can prove that this agenda pays off, not just for some, but for all, and in particular for the most vulnerable among us, notably the ones who have suffered most from the crisis. This is why the Commission is pushing for a strong social agenda on youth unemployment, on the issue of the posting of workers. I'm a little bit surprised that 11 parliaments in recent weeks were telling us that posting workers matters are a matter for subsidiarity and not for the European Union, although when posting workers are circulating on the European labour market, it's a transbordering issue. So this is not a matter for subsidiarity, this is a matter for collective framing out of the conditions they are working in. On youth unemployment, on the issue of posting of workers, we are doing what we can on health, safety at work, and on establishing a European pillar for social rights, where we have launched a broad public consultations in recent weeks. This is also why this Commission has a very ambitious agenda on taxation policy, such as the setting up of an efficient and fair corporate tax system and the progressive creation of a single VAT area. And the large-scale concealment of funds exposed in the Panama Papers confirms the Commission's push for an urgent and strong stance against tax evasion, tax avoidance, money laundering, within the EU and internationally. I hope and trust that responsible and forward-looking business will embrace and support this European agenda of fairness as well. I would like this final message, a message of broader partnership, to be our conclusion today. If we want to stay the course, to strengthen the recovery, to rebalance our economy with more investment and greater social justice, then we must do it together. Not one against the other, but we must do it together. As the Commission, our contribution is clear, and it is the one I have pursued since the day I took office. Focusing on priorities, be big on big, modest, timid on smaller issues, stimulating new sources of growth, and creating the right conditions for business. And I would call on you to play your part. Invest in the sectors that create new jobs, invest in the skills that our young and not so young people need, help us build the single market and Europe of tomorrow. Building Europe of tomorrow is asking time and determination. Whenever you are on your way to realize big ambitions, you have to have patience and you have to have determination. Thank you for listening. These were my concluding remarks after having listened to this whole program you went through today and yesterday.
So, if
normally I'm speaking in a stronger way, but there is one tooth missing.
often people who interview people have said that they try to draw teeth from their interviewees, so I'll try not to do that.
No. It happened.
Okay. In that case, I won't add any more to your grief. Allow me to ask a couple of questions on the Juncker plan. The plan that bears your name, the highly successful plan, as you described it.
The European Investment Plan now. Yeah.
What for you are the highlights? What for you is really working, and you're hearing back from business that it's what they want to hear?
Business people, as you know, are never happy, but they are taking the money which is available. And we have mobilized public capital, a small amount, and a huge amounts of private capital. And the complaints I'm receiving are that this plan, when it comes to implementing the plan, is by far too bureaucratic. Although I have asked the Commission services to step away from implementing it, and I was giving this power between brackets to the European Investment Bank, because I thought since the very beginning that a bank linked in a closer way to the real economy would be the best place to deal with this problem. The complaints are coming mainly from the small and medium-sized enterprises, because as it seems, the European Investment Bank is only allowing participation in the funding of projects if they are higher than 50 millions. They are reconsidering this, and I'm hopeful that the conditions will be improved. We were starting 2 days ago, I think, Luca, 2 days ago, website, so to say, an information platform in order to allow smaller and medium-sized enterprises to take part in this, although I have to say that more or less 150,000 small and medium-sized enterprises are already benefiting from this investment plan. This is not a plan for the grand capital, grand capital, comme on dit, as we are saying in French. It's for everyone.
But how would you see the plan developing over the next? It's been given the green light for the next few years. Do you think we'll need that plan in 5 years' time, or will it have done its job at that point?
I would have hoped that it would have done its job already during the first 3 years. We are at year number 1. We have the perspective of seeing the plan producing effects and benefits in 17 and 18, and I do think in order not to break the atmosphere and the elan, to prolong it over the next period of 3 years. That's the proposal of the Commission. The European Council, the Council of Finance Ministers, have to approve it. And as it is a success, and that is no longer called Juncker Plan, they will approve it.
And the focus we can take will be SMEs. It's a huge part of the European economy. Is it fair to say that?
Yeah. I do think that from time to time we are making this enormous mistake to consider that only great companies are creating jobs. No, they are, and they are destroying jobs for the reasons we know. But small and medium-sized enterprises are those who are really adding jobs to jobs, and so we have to focus on small and medium-sized enterprises. That's exactly what we are doing.
Can I just turn briefly to the small elephant in the room, which you've kind of dealt with, but you'll forgive me if I ask you one more question. No.
It's Brexit now.
Well, I prefer not to call it Brexit. Let's call it the referendum. How hopeful?
That's a tender description. Yeah.
How hopeful, how confident are you feeling? How confident should we be feeling, do you think?
Since I have discovered Britain in all its dimensions, I'm very much admiring the British no-nonsense policy. I like the British pragmatism. I like the British way of approaching very complicated issues, and I do want Britain to stay as a member of the European Union, not only for the reasons which are normally explained, economy, financial center, all these things. They are less important than the contribution the British are bringing to Europe, this serious way of describing political ambitions and of doing it. Britain is the country number 1 when it comes to the translation in national legislation of European decisions. They are by far more European than they think.
Very nicely put. You mentioned a couple of key points of success in the business sphere in Europe. But you also said the message is not getting out there. And I wonder maybe if that's been a problem that's affected how Britain has got to the place it's in now. Is there more work to do on the message?
Yeah. Whenever you are, after having lost it, losing in a campaign important points, when you are a loser, you are trying
Nothing's lost yet.
No. But I never lost elections. I always won elections. But those who were losing the election, they were explaining to the public that they didn't explain what this was about. I do think that the ways we are taking our decisions are difficult to be explained. I do think that we are giving the impression as a European Union and thus as a European Commission that we are insisting on small things interfering in daily lives of European citizens, not drawing the attention of the general public to the big issues we have to deal with. We are giving the impression that each and every problem in Europe is a problem for the European Union. It is not. I took a decision at the beginning of my mandate And this decision was not to over-legislate. We were withdrawing from the table of the Parliament and the Council 100 and something of initiatives. We were adding to the lists of the initiatives which were on the table 23 in 2015 and 2016, whereas former commissions, I'm not criticizing them for that, they were taking 130 new initiatives per year. No. We have to be big on big issues and very timid on smaller things. But we are very ambitious on smaller things and not big enough for the big issues.
Let's take one big issue that I know is important in particular to this forum, and it's trade deals and TTIP in particular. It's going more slowly than perhaps everybody had imagined it would. What's your sense of how we're doing? Will we have a deal before President Obama leaves office at the end of the year, do you think?
I had a long conversation with the President of the US last Thursday and Friday in Japan on an island difficult to be reached. He came with Air Force One. I don't have a system of that kind, so I had to take a plane from Brussels to Tokyo, then from Tokyo to an island, then from the island to another island, helicopter, then a car. And he was fresh and okay. But nevertheless, we were discussing the issue. I am not a great fan of these trade agreements, but I'm someone who sees the reasons why we need it. It makes sense to have the two biggest internal markets of the world to work together, because this is promoting growth, this is creating jobs. But as a matter of fact, we are not, and we cannot be on our knees before the US, and we cannot accomplish whatever they want us to be accomplished. So when it comes to public markets, marché public, how is this said in English? Public procurement.
Public procurement, yes.
When it comes to labor law, to health issues and others, we have to make sure that our main and basic norms are respected in the framework of this agreement. Now we have concluded with Canada, I think, a model of trade agreement. I would like the Europeans to ratify this as an agreement between Canada and the European Union only, not with all the member states, because I don't want us to go through 28 parliamentarian procedures. In the TTIP case, we have to have an agreement by all the member states and by all the parliaments. In Belgium, that means 6 parliaments have to approve. 6. In Luxembourg, 1, but we are too modest. But this has to be done. So I'm in favor of that, depending on the exact final content of the agreement. I don't like this European propaganda saying before the negotiations have been concluded that these negotiations are not in line with European norms and requests. Let's see at the autopsy.
And just finally and briefly, if you would.
Yeah, Madame, this is waiting.
We were in a period of crisis when you
Are
took
we?
over. We were in a period of crisis.
we are.
And some people described you as the crisis manager coming in to deal with this. Where do you think we'll be at the end of your current tenure? Where would you like to be, presumably beyond those crises? But how do you think that will? How do you think it will progress over the next 3 to 4 years? The economy.
Do you have any easier questions at the end of? No, I do think that we have. How could I say? To maintain the European spirit. What I'm unhappy about is that everyone is running behind populists. In fact, becoming as populist as those they are following, the blind leading the blinds. So I would like us to remain or to re-become Europeans. This was a continent of major tragedies, of dramas. My father, to take that example, was a soldier in World War II, forced by these idiots to become a German soldier, although he was in Luxembourg. He was a prisoner, taken as a prisoner by the Russians. I don't want this story to be repeated. So we have to come back to the essentials. And we have to fight against those who are laughing when we are saying that the European Union is a project against war. It is. And we have to come back to the basics. And these are the basics. This has to be and to remain a continent of peace and freedom.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to, that's a very positive note on which to conclude. And finally, I'd like to welcome the Director General of Business Europe, Markus Bayer, to make a few concluding remarks about the last 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. President Juncker, lieber Jean-Claude, beste Peter, Mr. Guo, Mr. Chaussade, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me be very brief, because I don't want to stand between you and your dentist, but we very much appreciate that you... but let me say thank you. Thank you for all those who contributed to make this 16th European Business Summit a great success. Our partners in FEB, WBO, the whole European Business Summit team, Arnaud and Jean and all the others. So I think they all did a great job, and this is really great. But Jean-Claude, I think everybody really appreciates that you were here and that you were giving very clear and very encouraging answers to the questions which have been done, because this is not obvious. You've said it. You have been in Japan, you have been in Verdun, you have been in Paris, you have been at the dentist, but you're with us. You're with us, and I think we really appreciate it. So let me be brief. For me, there was 3 mega topics in this 16th European Business Summit. Trade and how we improve our narrative to really make it a positive message. The digital transformation, maybe the make or break decision for the European economy in the upcoming years. And of course, the UK referendum and the future of Europe. So on trade, it was very clear in all the debates that we will have to improve our narrative. We will have to tell a better story to make clear and to make it understandable for European citizens that this is a good thing for European citizens. And that it was the exporting companies which brought Europe out of the crisis, and it was exports and trade and of course structural reforms which bring some member states out of the crisis. And President, you have mentioned it, we have to bring CETA home, of course. We probably never negotiated a better agreement. It is very good for Europe. It's very clear that if we cannot conclude and bring home an agreement with Canada, with whom should we? And of course, this is also about our credibility in the world. So we have to bring this agreement home. On digital, many studies have been presented. Maybe one figure which I kept in my mind is if we get it right, we can add 1.25 trillion euros to European value added in industry. If we blow it, we lose 600 billion, which is 1/10 of our industrial base. So in between these two poles, there is growth and happiness on the one side, and there is tears and unemployment on the other side. So we must get this right. The European Commission proposed a very good action plan, and now, of course, we have to implement it. There's we companies, we have to be supportive, the member states have to be supportive, and maybe to highlight one idea, maybe we will have to invest in the transformation, maybe we'll have to incentivize, especially the transformation, and you named it, President, for SMEs, because they might need an extra incentive. And then, of course, in the whole meeting, of course, the UK referendum was like the elephant in the room, and of course, linked to it, the future of Europe. And it's very clear for us that Europe is a better place with having the UK as a member. The UK is better off and stronger as a member of the European Union. Of course, it's for the British people to decide, but European business stands united to strongly wish that we will have a Remain. And let me conclude, President. I know that business is sometimes critical on many things, and we say very clearly what we don't like, but let me repeat sometimes something my President, Emma Margigalia, said yesterday. European business strongly believes in Europe, and you can always count on us to defend this idea. And you can always count on us to defend one simple truth. Together, we are stronger. Thank you for making this a great conference.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, CEOs. Thank you, Marcus, as well. Please join us for a final cocktail in the networking village. I think we've all deserved it. Thank you very much.